Scotland's a wild and lovely place.
But there's a change we must embrace.
Scotland's water's world class.
No doubt.
So, take a refillable bottle.
When you go out.
It's your water, your life.
Top up from the tap with Scottish water.
Fresh, cool, clear.
And only available right here.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Tollcross International Swimming Centre in Glasgow. This is session one of the 5 days at the Scottish National Age Group Championship. Commentary this morning, Lynn Alderton and myself, Robert Taylor, will be bringing the live stream to you for both the morning and afternoon. Our session gets underway in a few minutes, so thanks very much everyone for joining us. Nice to have Lynn with us.
It's a pleasure, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Robert.
So we'll have a bit of fun this morning. Just a wee bit background about both of us. We're both Scottish officials. These people coming poolside. We've done this many times before, Lynn. We've actually been officiating poolside at national events as well, but we've drawn the short straw this morning. We're doing your live stream. So this is the session that we've got ahead of us. We start with the girls 200 backstroke. The events alternate girls and boys throughout the morning. The age groups for the morning session are 15 to 18 year olds. It's age as of the 31st of December. All these events, with the exception of the relays, are heats with finals in the evening. The one exception being our 1500 freestyle. That is a heat declared event. So all these events, we'll talk you through them as we get underway. The qualifiers, the top 10 in each of the age groups, 15, 16 and a combined age 17, 18, progress through to the finals this evening. So looking forward to a very interesting morning, Lynn.
Yes, I think we've just enjoyed over the last week the British Championships down in Sheffield. Slight change of pace, slight change of swimmers, much younger swimmers here today, so looking forward to it.
And of course you were here last week at the Masters, so
another change of age.
Another change of another change of ages as well.
Yeah, so the Scottish Masters Championships and senior age groups, they were last weekend. That was really good fun. Some very senior swimmers, so up to 80 years old, not 18 years old last weekend, so that was great fun.
Indeed, indeed. So as you can see, that's the first heat, the 10 swimmers taking part in this one. As you can see, the caption, heat 1 of 9 heats ahead of us. They will swim the events slowest to fastest. The last 3 heats of each of the events, of the heats anyway, will be seeded with the fastest swimmers in the middle lanes through to the outside lanes. But this one just about ready to get underway. You can see our technical officials just checking the mechanisms. Most of these swimmers are pretty accustomed to using the backstroke mechanisms now, Lynn.
Yeah, it's it may be that they're not actually. Some of these swimmers are only 15, and it's a long time since they'll have been to championships like this. So other than the district championships that they may have been able to take part in, it could be a new experience for them. But I see that they've all got them in the water, so I assume everybody's elected to use them.
Indeed, indeed. So I think we're just about ready to get underway. So 10 swimmers go in their first one. I'll introduce the swimmers in lane 0. We have Eleanor Anna from Warner Bass, 1 Sophie Gibson, South Ayrshire, 2 Grace Noonan, Mulgan Bearsden, 3 Isabella Abernethy, Aberdeen Dolphins, 4 Alison Wood from Highland Swim Team, 5 Amber Edgerton, Aberdeen Performance, 6 Rosie Foster, Warner Bass, 7 Sophie Maguire from Guildford City, 8 Beth Manson, Elgin, and 9 Hannah Anderson from South Lanarkshire. So off to a good start in our first one. Very, very good start in lane 4 there, Lynn. Getting well off the wall and also going well in lane 2. We have Grace Noonan, Alison Wood in 4, Grace Noonan in 2. Coming through quite strongly in lane 5 is Amber Edgerton. to middle lanes perhaps. Just with that slight advantage at the 50. We'll just get the split. Lanes 2 and 5, 36.20. Grace Noonan, Amber Edgerton, 36.51, and Rosie Foster, 36.61. Times that these swimmers are entered in, 2:39 through to 2:41.
Yes, very close on entry time, and it's actually pretty close in the water as well. I was just enjoying seeing the Guildford Cap as well. It's nice to see some swimmers from down in England coming up.
Indeed.
Because we have missed them.
We have indeed, and it's also good to see these swimmers from England coming up. I was speaking to the team manager from Peterborough, who is delighted to be back up here after 3 years, Lynn, so nice to have them with us. So 1:16.95 at halfway.
Yeah, so very close there between lanes 5 and 6. Also Grace Noonan over on the spectator side. Coming through in the red cap now, though.
Yeah, Rosie Foster coming through. The red cap of Wanda. So that last split 46. So pacing under 2:40.
Yes, I can see that from the entry times that most of them end with a 0. They're likely to be converted times.
Could well, yeah.
It would be good if they can catch up with their converted times, even to go under them would be a good achievement.
So they are around about 40-second split. So it's a very strong start from Wanda. First swimmer in the pool. They'll have a good contingent through, as they always do, Lynn.
Yeah, so this is Rosie Foster, and she's looking very strong down this final length. So her entry time, 2:40, well inside that. Looking very strong and comfortable towards the finish. 5 metres clear her lead. So 5-second improvement. Well done, Rosie.
Lanes 2 and 4, I think, very close. 1300s. Alison Wood just taking second place, and Grace Noonan in third. As you can see, the useful having the splits, 39.25 for that last 50, coming back very strongly indeed. 2:35.49. So
yes, I'm enjoying this new display with the splits on. I think it certainly adds to the viewer experience, and for the commentating experience as well.
Certainly very useful. When we did the Edinburgh International, we were actually able to see just how strong maybe the first 50 was, maybe the second one just a little bit slower, and then just building it up. And interesting, some of the tactics that some of the swimmers would go out a little bit stronger, come back a little bit stronger, and
yeah, we saw the lead change hands several times there during that race, didn't we? So it's I remember I was watching the British Championships and enjoying Amy Wilmot's commentary, and one of the things that she said, which stuck in my mind, was, the winner is the one that touches first at the end, not the one that touches first at halfway. So well done, Rosie Foster. Paced that very well.
So on to heat number 2. Emily Legg from Rushmore in 1, Abigail Hill, Morgan Bearsden. 2, Louise Connell, City of Glasgow. 3, Ella Balanowska from West Lothian. 4, Victoria Grabowska, Western Bartonshire. 5, Thea Glenn, City of Glasgow. 6, Zara Innes from Carnegie. 7, Alex Coy, Warner Bass. In 8, Lucy Fraser from Ethan. And in 9, Katie Lowe from Glenrothes. A good start in the middle lane. Looks like another, it's not a Warner cap, it's a Western Bartonshire cap. Victoria Grabowska. Start from her, Lynn?
Yes, there was from the other red cap from the Warrender swimmer, Alex Coy, as well. But certainly, we know that the entry times are very close for these 10 swimmers. But it is the 2 yellow lanes that we're generally looking for, because they come in with the fastest times. But you've got to actually swim the race and to win it. So, but nice, smooth technique there in the centre lane. Swimming through now quite well is Thea Glenn, City of Glasgow. And it is those 2 centre lanes just as we come up towards the halfway mark. So all the swimmers still quite close.
Swimmer in lane 2 going pretty well. Louise Connell from City of Glasgow. This is her local pool. And Victoria 40.69. Louise a little bit faster in second place, coming through in just under the 40 seconds. So 1:16.31.
Yeah, so very similar pace to the last race, but we did see the lead change hands several times. And it is very close at the front there between these three swimmers. So the rest of the field just spreading out. So 1:16.95 it was at halfway in the previous one, but the two yellow lanes still just in front.
Looks like it's Thea Glenn just beginning to get maybe half a metre ahead at the 150 mark, Lynn.
Yes, and Zara Innes coming through now well as well from Carnegie. So in fact it's a 3-horse race or a 4-horse race now.
Yeah, Zara Innes only swimmer under that 41 second there. So maybe she's making a late charge here, Lynn?
Yes, let's say she came through really strongly just towards the back end of that last race and came out well from her turn. I think she has paced this pretty well. It's very close in the water.
It looks as though it is Zara Innes, perhaps, who might just be shading it from Louise Connell. Those two looks to have the race between them now. It is Zara Innes, as you say, Lynn, who's going to take that. Victoria maybe in second and Louise third. That is indeed the finish order. Zara Innes coming back 39.31. She really paced that very well indeed, Lynn.
Yeah, she did. So that 2:38.43. So not quite as fast as we saw in the previous heat, which goes to show what a strong back end Rosie Foster had in that previous heat.
But all you can do is win your heat.
Absolutely, you've got to put your hand on the wall first.
So those were the swimmers taking part in heat 2. Well done to Zara Innes from Carnegie, taking our second heat from Victoria Grabowska, Western Bartonshire, and Louise Connell, City of Glasgow. Just wait for our officials to confirm that. There we have on your screen now the 1, 2, 3, Zara, Victoria, and Louise. As we move on to our third heat, Ashley Drake, Rhonda Bass, Gemma Brown from Carnegie, Sophie Hardy from Stranraer. In 3, Alexandra Miller, Falphouse Penguins. 4, Orla Miles, South Aberdeen. 6, sorry, my apologies, got ahead of myself. 5, Zara Denson, Monifief. 6, Katie Rose, Rhonda Bass. 7, Abby Mavriskis from Portsmouth. 8, Susie Smith from First, and in 9, Grace Kellis from Burnt Island. Pretty level start there, Lynn. Yeah,
another strong start though, I would say, from the Warren Bath swimmer Katie Rose. They've obviously been doing some work on their starts, and I know that they've enjoyed their East District Age Group Championships that weren't that long ago. But like I say, especially off the start, that was very strong in lane 6.
Susie Smith, the swimmer from First. This is actually Susie's key event. She's been a bit under the weather, Lynn, the last month or two, so hopefully she'll have a good swim. Maybe just a lack of pool time might just tell in the second half, but she's off to a good start.
Yeah, so it's great to have that local knowledge there. I know that you commentate at the West District events, and you've had the West District age groups and also a pre-snags meet as well, so you've had the chance to see these swimmers.
Yeah, she's not been doing an awful lot of work in the pools this year. She's sticking in there, second place, but the Wonder Girl, Katie Rose, 39.90, 1:16.05. Fairly similar split again to the first two heats we've had, Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much on their entry times. There's a lot of the swimmers have only just snuck inside. So, I mean, our first heat, the range of times was from the high 2:39s, and we're still in the high 2:39s. So there's a lot of very similar times. But that strong start that we saw right at the very beginning from Katie Rose, she's carried on with that, and that's a strong swim that she's putting in now, coming in towards the final turn.
And a sub 39, so she certainly has picked up the pace substantially.
Yeah, I would say accelerating down this final length as well. Very similar swim to what we saw from Rosie Foster in that first heat. So her lead now probably 7-8 metres.
Our teammate Ashley Drake over in lane 0, now pulling just into second place. This is a very strong, competent swim here from Katie.
Yes, accelerating in towards the finish. 2:35 we saw in the first heat.
Fraction over the 2:30, that's a cracking swim. 36.25 finishing that last 50. 2:31.23.
And her teammate in second there.
Yeah. Our dad, who also does some commentary, will be hopefully listening to us, and I'm sure he'll have enjoyed that one.
All right, okay. Is he a regular listener, is he?
Well, he's a regular participant
Of course,
with
yes.
our commentary in the East District. I had the pleasure of working with Ian at the Edinburgh International meet.
Yes. Obviously I tend to focus my attention on the north.
Of course, Lynn.
No, we only get to work together when we're down at the Scottish National events.
And as you said, a couple of months back, the North and Midlands combined to have their sort of joint meet.
Yes. The 50-metre pool in Dundee, unfortunately, has had a mishap, and a fairly major mishap. So we invited, the North District invited the Midland District, and it worked really well.
Yeah.
There's much better competition between the swimmers, and I think the Midland District clubs enjoy coming up to Aberdeen.
Yeah. So on to heat number 4, a very strong start in lane 9 from Tegan Black from East Lothian. So we'll give you the swimmers in this one. In 0, Charlotte Chadwick from Kinross. 1, Lauren Anderson, Falthouse Penguins. 2, Brooke Rogerson, Dumfries. 3, Maya Rogers from Warner Baths. Tegan Black off to a very strong start indeed there, 34-13. In 4, we have Casey Drummond from Incas. 5, Anna Easton, Dundee City Aquatics. 6, Bronwyn Payne from Best. 7, Cassie Wiper, City Glasgow. 8, Rona Anderson from Shetland. And the aforementioned Tegan Black, who's gone off like a train in this one in lane 9, 34-13.
Yes, I hope she can keep it going. That's a very impressive start in first 100. The rest of the field is actually really quite close together, but 34-13 was the fastest first split we've seen, and 1:11.43. Of course, all the others have done their first 100s in 1:16.
Well, if she keeps this up, she's looking at almost a 10-second improvement, something like 2:26, 2:27, and she's certainly keeping that pace up at the moment.
Yeah, and from an outside lane as well.
Yeah. Going well in lane 3 is Maya Rogers from Warner Bass. As we said earlier, Warner have a good contingent through here, and will be strongly fancied to be there or thereabouts as top club, along with City Glasgow.
Yeah, and they seem to be well prepared as well. So, I mean, that's what you'd expect. We're still only seeing the younger swimmers in the morning so far. We've only seen 15 and 16-year-olds as we move up towards the more senior and the faster swimmers as well as we get through the heats. But, I mean, we're nearly halfway through the heats for this backstroke. So just holding on to her lead now. I think, again, we're seeing a strong second half from the Warrender swimmer in Maya Rogers. But still, Tegan Black, she's held that on really, really well. So 1:11 she was at halfway. Like I say, I think she is starting to tire now, but she's still going to have a big improvement on her entry time.
That's the first one under 2:30.
Just
2:29.7. Maya Rogers will also be delighted with a 2:23.85 in second place in lane 7. Cassie Wiper, 2:38.06, local swimmer from City of Glasgow. Very much on her entry time, takes third. So a very strong start from Tegan, and kept it going pretty well throughout there.
Yeah, she did manage to hang on towards the end. I think she was starting to tire. I'm not surprised. She had gone out extremely hard. But I think the swimmers do really well to hold on to their entry times, especially if they're converted times. The conversion factors that we use when we're comparing short course and long course times are very kind to the backstroke. So I think it's difficult for swimmers to hold on to the times. We won't see that so much with the butterfly.
Yeah. So on to our fifth heat. 0, Taylor Smith from St Thomas. 1, Natalie Cooper, Wander Bass. 2, Millie MacArthur, South Lanarkshire. 3, Laura Frizzell, Heart of Midlothian. 4, Natalie Marshall, West Lothian. 5, Rosie Liston, City Glasgow. 6, Chloe McLean, Dundee City Aquatics. 7, Summer Innes, Falthouse Penguins. 8, Jessica Beaton, Aberdeen Dolphins. And in 9, Perry Scobie from Stirling Swim. pretty level start again there, Lynn.
Yes, I love the pink caps of Dundee City
wonderful
Aquatics. They're
to see
so
that.
easy to see, yeah. And that was a lovely start there from Chloe McLean. But yes, pretty even across the pool.
We'll see how the turns come out at lane 4. Natalie Cooper. And gets a good distance off the wall, around about 8 or 9 metres, 34.69.
Yes, so not quite as fast as we saw in the previous heat, but then that was a very strong first half.
Start, yeah. That pink cap in lane 6 now coming through to challenge Chloe McLean. At the moment, still Natalie Marshall, with maybe about half a metre, Lynn.
Yeah, perhaps. Natalie Cooper dropped back just a little bit, and it does look between lanes 4 and 6 at the moment, Natalie Marshall and Chloe McLean. Sandwiched between those, we've got Rosie Liston. Again, another... so, Rosie Liston, yeah, City of Glasgow. So this is her home pool. I understand that City of Glasgow haven't had the opportunity to train much long course.
No, I think a lot of the training has been short course. Even the district events that we've had here, other than the pre-Stags meet, have all been short course. So yeah, it's nice to get doing a 50 metre in your home pool, but she's still hanging in there. So with 50 to go, 1:52.60.
Yeah, Natalie Marshall really had a strong third 50 there, so she really pulled out a lead. And in fact, the rest of the field are all pretty level. There's 4 swimmers all in the line. Natalie Cooper, Millie MacArthur coming over through on the far side, on the spectator side. And do you know what? It is so lovely to see spectators through.
Yeah.
We can't quite catch them on the camera angle, but there's a lot of spectators in the spectator gallery. Enjoying Natalie Marshall coming through just now towards the finish. So she's representing Swim West Lothian in the East District.
Yes.
And just coming through to take that 5th heat, 2:32.47.
The pink cap, Chloe McLean in second in Warners, Millie MacArthur. Just being, Natalie Cooper from Warner just being touched out by Millie MacArthur from South Lanarkshire. 2:32.47 is finish time. Not as fast as the previous heat, but probably a bit more controlled swim from Natalie there.
Yes, it looked very accomplished actually, but she did pace it nicely.
Yeah.
So we have had a couple of faster swims. Heat 3 was extremely fast, and then of course we went under 2:30.
Yes.
We're not quite into the seeded heats yet. So for heat number 6. In 0 we've got Mia McLeod from Swim It. In 1, Catherine Renfrew, Perth City. Lane 2, Erin Hammond, South Ayrshire. In 3, Rebecca Auglier from South Lanarkshire. In lane 4, Katie Barron, Mid Lothian. In lane 5, Layla Todd from Lowick. Lane 6, Safarina Mackin from City of Glasgow. 7, Lindsay Cameron, Dumfries. In lane 8, Libby Doubleday, City of Glasgow. And in 9, Talia Blackley, also City of Glasgow.
So since my local knowledge is a little bit better than Lynn's, as she says, it's Machin.
Machin, is it? Right.
Yeah, it's understandable with the Reeds Mackin.
Yes, yeah. Well, you learn something new every day. That was I loved the way the swimmer in lane 5 took full advantage of the distance underneath the water, and that's held her in good stead. See what she's like off the turn. It's obviously more difficult to hold it off the turn, but yes, some lovely underwater work there from lane 5.
In fact, good 9-10 metres almost. Layla Todd, 33.90. That's the fastest split we've seen so far, Lynn.
Yes, and a lovely turnover as well at the turn, and like I say, that strong underwater work. Quite leisurely dolphin kicks, but she was beautifully streamlined and held her form well there.
Nice to see swimmers down from Lerwick as well.
Yes.
I love to see the swimmers from the Orkneys and Shetlands coming down. It's always good to get them competing, and again, they're only getting the opportunity to swim 50-metre pools in your own pool up in Aberdeen, Lynn.
Yes, I mean, I think it's easy for us to forget on the mainland, even those of us who travel quite some way, the time that it takes for the swimmers that are coming from the islands. Obviously in the North District we have swimmers come over from the West Isles, from Orkney and from Shetland. And they come over on the boat. They generally come over overnight, and then there's lots of logistical issues at the other end as well because they don't have cars, and you know, I think it's tremendous. They do get a lot of support from North Sea Ferries, just to bring the swimmers over, and you know, I don't know how they do it. They must miss so much time out of school, but they do get supported, and it's lovely to see them come through to Scottish National Age Groups and swim so well.
Well, Safina Meachin from Western Bartonshire looks as though she's having a very steady race, just gradually picking it up and getting a little bit stronger, and it looks as though the City of Glasgow swimmer is now just pulling ahead.
Yes, yeah, I obviously doomed our Lerwick swimmer, didn't I, by mentioning how lovely it was to see them come through and swim so well. But yes, Safina Meachin coming through there really nicely at the finish, and over on the far side in lane 1, Catherine Renfrew.
Is that Perth City?
Another red cap, yep.
It is indeed, yeah. And Leila Todd from Lerwick. Oh, I think all three girls will be delighted with those swims. They'll be a wee bit disappointed maybe just to drop back in the latter stages, but it's practice. 50 metre, when you don't get that opportunity, it's not easy going from a 25 metre or 20 metre pool that you're training in week out to come and swim at this sort of level.
No, it's funny actually, from my experience swimming, I think 200 metres backstroke is the most horrible event that there is. It really, really hurts your legs towards the finish. And if you're doing that in a long course pool, that's much more challenging, you know, from the legs.
You mean the 200 metres butterfly is an easier one then?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It doesn't do your legs in the same kind of way. So we're moving on to the seeded heats now. So this is the first of our seeded heats. We've got swimmers of all the different age groups in the event. In lane 0, Maya Cheshire from Elgin. In lane 1, Maria Howe, Aberdeen Performance. In 2, Kerry Gillespie from Aberdeen Performance. In lane 3, Ailey Armstrong, East Lothian. Lane 4, Rowan Saunders from Heart of Midlothian. In 5, Ella Stevenson, North Lanarkshire Swim Team. In 6, Chloe Barron, Midlothian. 7, Isla Yule, South Aberdeenshire. In 8, Poppy MacDonald from Western Bartonshire. And in 9, Kirsty Gilmore from South Lanarkshire.
Well, sometimes you don't know what to expect from Ella Stevenson in lane 5. She got off to a very strong start. Coming into the first turn, she's got almost a metre advantage over lane 2 perhaps, who's also gone lane 1 rather. Maria, I must always remember it's lane 0 and 1 lane.
Yes. Well, when I was at the Masters last weekend, in fact, because in Aberdeen we commentate from the other end of the pool, I got the lanes completely the wrong way round. But yes, a nice start there from the swimmer in lane 5 from North Lanarkshire, Ella Stevenson. So you're starting to get reeled in by Maria Howe, Aberdeen Performance. It's funny, they're both representing teams that don't generally train together but come together for competition. They do. I know that Aberdeen Performance, they do work together very well, and they have times when they come together as development opportunities, but they don't generally train together.
Yeah, Ella Stevenson, North Lanarkshire, she's represents her club as Belsall Sharks. But, they all pull together. South Lanarkshire the same, coming through to compete as a composite team at Snags. It's getting interesting now, Lynn.
It is. And like I say, they're all from different age groups, so they're all vying for positions in the final, but it is very close as we come in with Maria Howe and Kerry Gillespie over on the far side.
They've been coming to this for a long time, Kerry, and she's now just pulled into the lead. Strong third, 38.46, and she might just have the momentum now. Coming through in lane 3 is Ailey Armstrong, East Lothian. We've not had much from East Lothian, but it will be to the fore in the fastest seats, I'm sure. And a very strong finish in lane number 6, Chloe Barn from Midlothian. Usually a green cap.
Yes,
it's a green cap. Yeah, it's almost a yellow cap from where we are. But yes, Chloe Barron finishing like a train to take this one. Chloe Barron, Ella Stevenson, I think over in lane 2, Kerry Gillespie. Almost from nowhere, Chloe Barron, 36.95. Well, that's how you time the race.
Yes, not perhaps as fast as we might have hoped for in the centre lanes there. Like I say, we are through to the seeded heats now, and we would expect to see that classic diamond formation in the pool, and we didn't see it so much. It was a very even race.
So second series heat 8, Catherine Brodie from Geary 1, Fern Crichton, Perth City 2, Sienna Perry, Aberdeen Performance 3, Susie Mcnair from first, 4, Anna Green, Warner Bass 5, Hannah Willis, City of Peterborough 6, Lucy Stoves, Dundee City Aquatics 7, Hebe Weavers from Carnegie 8, Zoe Crawford first, and 9, Ashley Merson, West Lothian. I'm looking forward to seeing 15-year-old Susie Mcnair in lane 3 up against a very, very good backstroker, Anna Green from Warner Baths. This could be an interesting one. Okay, it's still heats, but I think the girl in lane 3 will go out and see what she can do against some of these older swimmers, Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, Anna Green has just returned from the British Championships where she made it through to the B final and came 7th. So we're really expecting a very strong swim from her. But like I say, it'd be nice to see how these younger swimmers are able to use that and work alongside it. But, Anna Green looking very strong down this first 50, as you'd expect.
Fern Crichton, Perth City over in lane 1 also after a fairly good start. There we are, 31.10. No surprise that we've got a very, very fast split in penultimate heat.
Well, Fern Crichton's doing a good job there over on the spectator side as well, and we've got a strong swim here in lane 5 as well from Hannah Willis. So I don't know much about Hannah. I don't know if she's Scottish from City of Peterborough. There she was. Oh, right, so she swam in Swim England. I assume that's Swim England.
Yes.
We have a lovely little code here from Duncan, don't we, to tell us where swimmers have swum and what they've done. But I assume that, it could be Swim England East. Because Peterborough would be East region, wouldn't it?
Indeed, yes. Well, Anna Green totally dominating this one as we expected her, but she's probably dominating it a bit more than we would have expected with it just being heats.
Yeah, she must be working hard in this heat. I'm not sure what other event she's doing this morning. Clearly a focus event for her, but very strong down that third 50 as well. I mean, she does, in theory, only need to make it through to the final, but she'll be challenging herself this morning as well.
Well, Susie Mcnair has gone into third place. She sort of back ends the events.
Oh, I thought you said she went out strongly, but all right. So that's quite interesting. Well, she is working hard down this final. Just 25 metres or so to go for her. I'm not sure that she's going to catch Hannah Willis, but she's doing her best and coming through again. Fern Crichton.
Fern Crichton still doing pretty well in lane 1, holding her own. Anna Green. Well, it looked easy, didn't it? 2:19.21. Anna Willis takes second, 2:24.85, and Susie Mcnair, 2:26.01.
So 2:19.21, a very strong swim there from Anna Green, probably within what she's able to do, but a strong swim nonetheless.
Yeah. Entry time is 2:15. Because that might, as you've said, Lynn, be a short course conversion to long course.
Yes, because the entries, of course, went in before the British Championships.
So all these three girls, in fact, you'd expect the top 5 comfortably be back this evening, even down to Lucy Stoves. Unfortunately, Ashley Merson disqualification in that last heat. So from West Lothian. So our final heat, we have Lucy Atherton from Heart of Midlothian, 1 Emma McGavin, South Lanarkshire, 2 Amy Shields, City of Glasgow, 3 Melissa Mainwaring, West Lothian, 4 Holly McGill, Heart of Midlothian, 5 Scarlett Ferris, Perth City, 6 Isabel Wood, Stirling Swim, 7 Emma Finlay, East Lothian, 8 Heidi Wren, City Glasgow, and 9 Naomi Wilson, Warner Baths. What's the quality in this one, Lynn?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Holly McGill swim. She really pulled out an incredible swim actually down at the British Championships, coming second to local lady, Katie Shanahan.
Katie.
Painfully close really to the Commonwealth Games nomination time. should have earned her a place on the, well, obviously we can't preempt the selectors, but it should have earned her a place certainly at European Juniors. But she took off lots of her time, and I watched it on the live stream, and she looked fabulous.
Scarlett Ferris off to a strong start, but Holly McGill, just that little better turn off the wall, just pulls up level, and you now expect Holly just to start dominating this one now.
Well, you never can tell, can you? I mean, obviously her benchmark meet at this time of the year was the British Championships, and that must have put her on a real high. So this is coming down a step for her. I mean, the Scottish national age groups, it's a long time since we've been here, it's 3 years. So, you know, she's a very different swimmer now from what she was, not only in terms of her age, but where she's swimming. But so Heart of Midlothian, I mean, Phil has produced a lot of very accomplished backstrokers and fly swimmers in the time that he's been there, and Holly's another. We saw Scarlett up at the North District age group. She came second there, and she looks very strong and comfortable as well.
Yeah. Now moved over to Perth City, so the benefit of Anne and the squad there.
And a pool.
Yes.
And a pool. Yes.
So 144. Bit slower than previous heat, but Holly, as you can see, she looks so relaxed, Lynn.
She does. She looks as though she's working well within herself. Be a bit more of a challenge when she's got Anna Green alongside her.
You can also see the swimmers in some of the other lanes working that a little bit harder. Heidi Wren in lane 8 coming through very strongly. Isabel Wood in the white cap of Stirling.
Yeah, Heidi Wren in the younger stage group, so she's looking for a centre lane in that final. Coming through there, 2:26.59 for Heidi. That's a good strong swim for her. So her first place finish, Holly McGill 2:22.58, Scarlett Ferris in second 2:26.51, and Heidi with that 2:26.59 at the end.
So in fact, all the 5 swimmers under 2:30, don't see there being any problem qualifying for finals. One's a little bit further down, maybe 6th, 7th. We'll have to just sweat that little bit and hope we've scraped in. Yeah,
that was a really good first event, actually.
Yeah.
It's some strong swimming across all of the different age groups. So the 15-year-olds, and say they would have been 12 the last time that Snags was on. It's just unbelievable.
And probably their first swim at Snags for some of the 12-year-olds. We've had some good 12-year-olds. I know Heidi Wren as a 12-year-old, she would have swum at Snags 3 years ago, but she would be more the exception than the rule. Yeah.
So that's the placings that are being scrolled through now, but there's no account taken yet of the different age groups. And as you said, Robert, there's 3 finals this evening, one for the 15s. Well, in fact, there's going to be 5 because we'll have...
There's 5, yes. We've got the fun of the afternoon to look forward to.
Yes, we have, yeah. I love the little ones. I think they're great. But, so it'll be interesting to see who's made it through to those finals this evening.
Finalists, we always have 2 reserves, I'm sure, Lynn, that are announced once the placing are finalised. So not that the reserves won't get a swim. It's very unusual for anyone to pull out. If you've made a final, you've made a final, and that in itself is an achievement, even just to scrape into a final.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we did actually have reserves here for this for the heats, which is unusual. But there was such a bumper entry that you know, there are some reserves that may not have got their swims. But we move on now to the boys' backstroke.
Just 100 metres this time. So this will be a little bit faster. N0, Rory Webster from Montefief. 1, Ewan Mitchell, South Lanarkshire. 2, Nathan Wilson, Carnegie. 3, Taylor Sinclair, Elgin. 4, Oliver Cairns, North Lanarkshire. 5, Marcus Blake, City of Glasgow. 6, Fraser Stewart, Steprock. 7, Rowan Geary, Steprock. 8 is Adam Thompson, Kilmarnock. And 9, Logan Scally from Aberdeen Performance. Times in this one, Lynn, 108s through to 109s.
Yes, and again, most of the times look as though they could well be converted times from swims done earlier this year. Between the two at the moment, Nathan Wilson and Fraser Stewart turned pretty much together, actually, 32-3, and they had similar push-offs from the wall.
Both boys, not much between the two. In fact, maybe the step rock swimmer Fraser Stewart just beginning to pull maybe half a metre clear.
Where is Step Rock, Robert?
Step rock is St Andrews.
Oh, right, okay. So, but that falls within the East District?
It is. It's the far extremities of the East District.
Right. Oh, he's swimming well. Coming through to take that one in 1:07.84, Fraser Stewart from Step Rock. Now I know where it is. Nathan Wilson in second, 1:08.64, and Marcus Blake coming through for third in 1:08.81.
Yeah, you sometimes find the odd swimmer from Step Rock will perhaps move over to Dundee City Aquatics. Might not be happening just at the moment because the pool's shut, but certainly if you want the opportunity to swim in a 50-metre pool, some of the swimmers do actually move over there, and maybe at 12, 13 will join Dundee City Aquatics, as a few have.
Right, okay. 1:07.84 though, that's a good improvement for Fraser Stewart.
Did.
I'll be pleased with that. So moving on, heat 2, another 9 heats.
Yes.
So in Heat 2, in Lane 0, Dan Hall, Aberdeen Performance. 1, Evan Boyd, Kilmarnock. Lane 2, Archie Smith, Aberdeen Dolphins. 3, David Smith from Glenrothes. In Lane 4, David Traynor, South Ayrshire. 5, Zach Slater, East Lothian. In 6, Fraser Donaldson from Milngavie, Bearsden. In Lane 7, Andrew Smitten, South Aberdeenshire. In 8, Dylan McCombie, South Aberdeenshire. And in 9, Thomas Traynor, South Lanarkshire.
Good
Very
start.
even break.
Yeah, good start in lane number 8 there, Lynn, from Dylan McCombie from South Aberdeen.
Yes, that's another composite team. I'm not sure which club Dylan McCombie comes from. So South Aberdeenshire has got 4 clubs in it. West Hill District, Stonehaven, Bankery and Upper Deeside. I'm not sure where he's from, but wearing the South Aberdeenshire cap anyway. So.
Lane 5 with the advantage, Zach Slater, 32.06. Fairly similar to the previous heat, just a little bit faster.
Yeah, so that's Zach Slater in the black East Lothian cap. And he did have a very strong second half of his first length. And came out strongly off the wall as well, but it looks as though it's the South Aberdeenshire swimming. Dylan McCombie doing well.
Yes, Dylan is upsides now. I think you're right. Dylan is going to take this just, I think. Very tight, Evan Boyd. And I think we had a soft touch there from Zach Slater. That happens when they try to get that arm extended and get it just at the right spot.
Yeah, I think that order is right. I mean, we'll have to see what the technical officials say. So I think we've got Elizabeth Fitzsimmons and Jeremy Chittleborough down there, haven't we?
We have, yeah.
But 1:07.6 it was for Dylan McCombie, and it looks like the backup button's gone in, perhaps, for Zach Slater, 1:07.77.
It is indeed, yeah.
Very close at the finish.
And Evan Boyd over in lane 1, 1:08.43. Takes third place. So a couple of outside lanes, 8 and 1. I'll be pleased with that. Very, very similar times to our entry time. So we have Bailey McGinley from first in 0, Logan van der Meulen, Stirling Swimming 1, 2 Fergus Woodward, Portobello, 3 Ben Kelly, Wonder Bass, 4 Jack Lorimer, Ethan, 5 Kyle Wong, City of Glasgow, 6 Tom Armitage from Highland, 7 Alex Scott, Dumfries, 8 Kyle Muirhead, West Lothian, and 9 Adam Curry, North Ayrshire. Times on this one range from 1:06 low to 1:06 high.
There's some lovely underwater work there from Kyle Wong, City of Glasgow. So I put him through quite well, but he's been caught up on the swim and passed by the swimmer next to him, Tom Armitage from the Highland Swim team.
Tom's had a good start, second half of this first 50, running 31.02. Second faster, so a little bit faster this heat. Jack Lorimer coming through very strongly from Ethan.
Ethan.
Is it Ethan?
Well, use our local knowledge. So Ethan is actually based in Ellen. So it's the River Ethan that has given the team their name. But it is between these two. Jack Lorimer and Tom Armitage, 2 North District swimmers coming in towards the finish. Tom
Jack
Armitage gets the better of it.
Strong swim from both boys, 104.77, 105.30. And Logan van der Meulen from Stirling Swim, 106.30. So all 3 inside the entry times, which as we suspect are all conversions, but it's great when you can actually improve on a converted short course time in a long course pool. Shows how good they've swum.
Yeah, I know the North Districts were only able to host 1 long course event prior to Snags due to the challenges that were presented with pool bookings and things like that, because Aberdeen's are really busy this year. With lots of events taking place. I know we've already discussed Tollcross as well, has not had very many long course opportunities. And I think the East District, they just do the 1.
They do 1, I think it's around about the end of January. They have they normally have 3 East District events, 2 held over in Fife in the 8 metre, in the 8 lane 25 metre pool at Glenrothes, and they then have the sort of sprint events and the 200 individual medley at the Commie pool. But that's the only time the swimmers from East actually get a chance to swim in a 50 metre pool as well. So, a lot of the swimmers are swimming here maybe for the first or second time this year.
Yes, yeah. I mean, some of the swimmers in the later heats will have swum at the Edinburgh International and have had other opportunities, potentially Dave McCulloch meet. I know Scottish Swimming took a team over there. So, but for some of these younger swimmers, this will be potentially their first opportunity.
So on to almost halfway, heat 4. Jonah Turnbull from Midlothian is in 0-1. Lewis Austin, Highland Swim Team. 2, Tom Ingalls, City Glasgow. 3, Jack Docherty-Simpson from Scotia. 4, Leighton Burr, Aberdeen Performance. 5, Blair McKean, North Lanarkshire. 6, Lex Garrick, South Ayrshire. 7, Marna Drysdale, Launder Barcy, David Landman, City Glasgow. And 9, Logan Jackson, Aberdeen Performance.
What a start there in lane 6. So that's Lex Garrett from South Ayrshire, really strong start. Lewis Austin from Highland in 1 as well, both blue caps, both looking pretty strong. Is that the green cap? It's not, is it?
Green cap is Scotia.
Oh, it's Scotia.
Scotia.
Right. Yeah.
And Lex Garrett 30.82. All these times sub 106.
Yeah, so we saw 104 in the previous heat, but there could be a race on here. Hopefully bring the swimmers down from their 105 entry times down into 104s, possibly 103s, and potentially places in the final.
Scarlett's still going very strongly in lane 6. Jack Docherty-Simpson in 2nd place. And 3rd place, perhaps lane 0. It was just lane 0. Jonah Turnbull just ahead of Mano Drysdale, 104.52.
Yeah, so Lex led that one from the start all the way through to the finish, and I think he paced that really nicely. It didn't look as though he's got a lot left at the end, sneaking out under the lane ropes there.
You say he got off to a good start and just kept that going, Lynn.
Yeah, so well done, Lex. So heat 5 up next. So Sidar Gullen from Warren de Baths in lane 1, in lane 0. I'm at it now. Lane 1, James Burnett, Warren de Baths in lane 2. Liam Korsienski from Monifeith in 3. Fraser Claxton, Hot Midlothian in lane 4. Joe Carter, Delting. 5, Magnus Bullow, Shetland. In lane 6, Jack MacDonald from Potteridge. In 7, Matthew McMillan, Incas. In 8, Lucas Johnson, Aberdeen Performance. And in 9, Robbie Boyd, Warren de Baths. So 2 swimmers from, we saw swimmers from Lerwick earlier. Delting, Shetland, also based on Shetland. And, a bit of an equipment failing there, unfortunately, in lane 7. Didn't work terribly well for Matthew McMillan from Incas. So he's got a lot of work to catch up.
Pretty good start in lane 1. James Burnett just being overhauled by his teammates Sidar Gullen in lane 0, going very well in lane 6. Jack MacDonald, 30.59. A little bit faster than the previous one.
Yeah, not a lot in it, but he's obviously travelled up a long way. I hope that he's well settled into his hotel, or maybe he has relatives in Glasgow, but he seems to have prepared well. Must have had a good night's sleep and swimming very strongly down this second leg.
Cyril Gulen in lane 0 coming through extremely strongly now and putting a determined challenge. Jack Donald just holds on. Cyril Gulen in second, 104.60.
So the winners of the last 3 heats have been very close indeed, all around the mid 104s.
So I'll just wait for that result to appear on the screen. There we have it, Jack, Sida and Liam. Pretty strong swims from most of these guys, in at a 105 and 104, 105, and pretty well much on their time, so good to see that, Lynn.
Yeah, I think that it was actually very close at the finish. There was not a lot in it. There was nobody straggling around at the end. Like I say, Matthew McMillan didn't have the best of starts. I think he had a bit of a mishap with his backstroke starting device, but everybody was pretty close at the end.
So on to our 6th heat. In 0, Edward Bell from Seagulls. Then 1, Finlay Nelson, Dumfries. 2, Sean Sy Griffiths, Warder Bass. 3, Luke Porteous, East Lothian. 4, Brody Gordon Gibson, Warder Bass. 5 is Torrin Liversidge from South Aberdeenshire. 6, Sam Moore, South Ayrshire. 7, Keane Smith, North Lanarkshire. 8, Robbie Thompson from Shetland. And in 9, Robbie Carlyle, North Lanarkshire.
A fabulous start from Brodie Gordon Gibson, and not just a fabulous start, but he's made the best of that going down that first length and into the turn. Some smashing underwater work there. He's coming up about 9 metres or so, so it's taken full advantage of that. Moving through quite strongly now in 3 though. That's Luke Porteous, East Lothian, and also over on the far side by the spectators, Edward Bell. But I don't think anybody's going to catch Brodie Gordon Gibson. He's got the bit between his teeth, coming through towards the finish. It's just going to be about a body length or so that he's going to have at the end.
Luke Porteous second, and over in lane 0, Edward Bell in third, 103.13, Lynn.
Yes, so that's an improvement on his entry time, and the first time we've been under 104. Alongside him, Luke Porteous also under 104.
Cousin of Archie Goodburn, no less.
How would I know that?
You're supposed to know these things, Lynn.
No, that's the local knowledge that you have there. Well, that's a pedigree, isn't it?
Well, it is indeed, yes. So on to our seeded heats now. Kieran Lennox, Aberdeen performance in 0. Calvin McDonald, Aberdeen performance in 1. 2, Callum Dunn, South Ayrshire. In lane 3 is Alec Thompson, Warder Bass. 4, Kieran Breckenser, Aberdeen Dolphins. 5, Andrew Brodie, Aberdeen Dolphins. 6, Greer van der Meulen, Stirling Swim. 7, Finlay Club, Aberdeen Dolphins. 8, Owen Williamson, East Lothian. And 9, Kyle Mitchell, Geary. Aberdeen Dolphins renowned for producing some useful sprinters, Lynn.
Well, I think that's a bit unfair, actually.
It certainly used to be.
It has been that way, but I think they've been working on a lot of their mid-distance events and like that. It's the club is very busy. It's very large at the moment. They're working out of the Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen. Their pool Northfield has been shut for quite some time, but of course they can take advantage of the pool in Aberdeen as well. They're not part of the University of Aberdeen programme. But no, it seemed to be working very well, and they were at the Masters as well last weekend. He's got a race on his hands though.
Yeah, Greer van der Meulen, wee brother Logan swam earlier. Greer is hoping to take this one. Andrew Brodie sticking with him. It's pretty tight. I think Greer's just going to hold on, finishing fast in lane 8, maybe to take third. Owen Williamson.
Yes, nice finish there from Greer van der Meulen as well. Reached back in the wall and timed it really well. Much faster stroke rate, especially down that second length than Andrew Brodie. But it's no, it was a really good finish. So under the 103s, all in a runner. So we are in the seeded heats now, so we would expect the action to be in the centre lanes.
Indeed. We have Greer 102.03. Entry time in this one for Greer was 101.60, so it's pretty well there or thereabouts. Penultimate heat, Heat 8. Ethan Stewart, South Lanarkshire, is in 0-1. Ryan Broadley from the Broch. 2, Ewan Houston, Ren 96. 3, Nathan Campbell, Stirling Swim. 4, Robert Burgess, City of Glasgow. 5, William Storer, South Aberdeen. 6, Callum Peebles, East Lothian. 7, Adam Scott, Ren 96. 8, Luke Hornsey, East Lothian. And 9, Jack Simpson, South Lanarkshire. Nice to see how William Storer swims. It's a while since I saw him last. Promising youngster from a few years back, Lynn.
Yeah, I think he started out his swimming career in Banchory. I'm not sure. I think he may have moved to West Hill now, still within the South Aberdeenshire team. And the shorter events really his forte, and freestyle in particular, so it's nice to see him swimming 100 back.
And he got about 13 metres off the wall there. Very nice strong start from William. Expect Robert Burgess from City of Glasgow. He's been swimming very well the last few months, performing well. No surprise to see Robert just coming through just to lead at the halfway mark. But both boys pretty well together there.
So Robert, one of just 2 swimmers with an entry time of under a minute. The other, Lucas Brown, we'll see in the next heat. But you know, very, very strong swim there from Robert. He's in the Youth Academy, this new squad structure that has been set up. So, and representing City of Glasgow. A nice swim over here on the near side as well in lane 8, I think it is. Luke Hornsey. He's been swimming well lately, hasn't he?
Yeah. He'll have to settle for third here. Well, in fact, it's a dead heat for second place. Robert Burgess, nice swim to get under the minute mark. And it looked pretty easy, Lynn. 59.76.
Yes, and it looked extremely comfortable and competent, didn't he? Luke Hornsey in the 16-year age group, so he may well be looking at the centre lanes for the finals this evening. Of course, Lucas Brown is also 16. This is one swimmer I am delighted to see still competing at a nice high level. Lucas Brown, the lad from Elgin. Yes, the coach up at Elgin, Andy Summers, does a great job.
Yeah.
He's always producing swimmers that are there or thereabouts. Lucas is one. I think he's got 2 brothers. Calvin is an older brother. I think he's got a younger brother as well. But Lucas has had a standout couple of years, really. I mean, COVID accepting. But looking forward to see how Lucas gets on. I saw him swim short course up in Bucky earlier on this year. Obviously still thinking about the main meets that are coming up. So he's actually on the junior team. So the next tier down from our senior team in the structure that Alan Bin set up. And backstroke his forte. Indeed.
Well, you see hopefully the black cap of Elgin to the fore in this one. And he is only 16.
Yeah, so 59.76 we saw from Robert in the previous heat, swimming in a different age group, but nonetheless I think that's, well, hopefully we'll see Lucas go under there. Hopefully. And Elgin on the northeast, of course.
Nice strong start from Lucas and also Travis Davey, the pink cap of Dundee City Aquatics. In 0, Cameron Doran, North Lanarkshire. 1, Jacob Wood, Elgin. 2, Angus Johnson, City of Glasgow. 3, Owen Carroll, Perth City. Lucas Brown from Elgin in 4, Travis Davey in 5, Dundee City Aquatics. 6, Finn Bremner, Wanderbath. 7, Murray Dixon, Stirling Swim. 8, Ewan Beattie, Wanderbath. And 9, Finlay Davis from Midlothian.
Yeah, so 28.90 it was for Lucas at the turn, and it is him in front, although the closest to him is not, as we expected, Travis Davey, it's Finn Bremner from Warrington Baths. Lucas Brown showing his form, though, down through into this final 25.
Angus Johnson in lane 2 from City Glasgow, maybe a leak there or thereabouts for third. Murray Dixon also finishing strongly, but Lucas Brown not under the minute, but doing enough, Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, it looked as though he was breathing quite heavily down that second length, but it may well be that he's not had any long course opportunity. I lie, of course, he was at the North District age groups, but he won't have had any training time.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see what happens in the final this evening. But no, fastest entry through to the finals, Robert Burgess from City of Glasgow.
So there you have our last heat. 1, 2, 3. Lucas Brown, Finn Bremner and Angus Johnson. And I think in both the backstroke events, a lot of wander swimmers there or thereabouts in all these heats, Lynn. So they've obviously been doing a lot of work. Certainly on backstroke, we'll see that probably to the fore in the other events coming up.
Yeah, and some good pacing as well. We saw them coming through strongly, especially the girls in the latter half of their race. It's not so clear to see in the 100 because they're just going for it hell for leather all the way through. But no, some good pacing, good preparation for this meet for the Warrender swimmers.
As you can see, the positions that we had earlier, it doesn't actually break it down into the age groups. But if you're looking for your swimmers on the caption, that's final placings. And one more to go. Down to Rowan Geary from Step Rock. So that is the first boys event of the morning, Lynn. We stay with 100 metres. It's the girls 100 free. And again, 9 heats. Ethan, yes.
Ethan.
Okay, we have
from the river.
In 0, Erin Curry from Ethan. 1, Anka Seabright from Portobello. 2, Heather Stewart, North Ayrshire. 3, Amelia Ray, Ren 96. 4, Katie Barron, Midlothian. 5, Nalia Blackley, City of Glasgow. 6 is Dobra Tomaski from St Thomas. 7, Emma Creaney, North Lanarkshire. 8, Anna City, Step Rock. And 9, Casey Drummond from Incas. Lane 6 is the early leader. Deborah Tomasic, 30-21. Sarah from St Thomas in the Midlands. And she still has that slight advantage coming through very strongly. The challenge is Emma Creaney from North Lanarkshire. Also over there in lane 2, Heather Stewart from North Ayrshire, beginning to tighten up. It's very close as we get into the final 5 metres. Just lane 7, I think. Oh, lane 5 and 7, very little between the two. In fact, a dead heat, 103.99. Anna Seabright, 104.77. Oh, Emma Creaney, thought she was just going to take that, but it ended up a dead heat with Talia Blackley. City Glasgow, North Lanarkshire. Anka Seabright in 3rd place. So move on to our second heat. Charlotte Thompson in 0 from Midlothian. 1, Tilly Lackey from Best. 2, Phoebe Murdoch, South Ayrshire. 3, Emma McGavin, South Lanarkshire. 4, Kirsty Gilmore, South Lanarkshire. 5, Nelia Kennedy from South Lanarkshire. 6, Bethany Irvin, Lerwick. 7, Rebecca Sen, Kingston. 8, Honor McGeechan from Inverclyde. And 9, Amy McLeod, City of Glasgow.
Yeah, so a lot of blue caps in this one.
South Lanarkshire blue cap, City of Glasgow blue cap. Sometimes difficult to identify just from the cap, but it's centre lanes. I think Kirsty Gilmore, 30-51. Having a good bash at freestyle today, but I think we'll look forward to her maybe on breaststroke later on. That's probably our strongest event, coming through strongly in lane 9. Amy McLeod, also from City Glasgow, but it's still nip and tuck here. Amy McLeod in 9, I think sneaking through to take this one, Lynn.
Yes, timed that one really nicely.
Lane 8 and 4.
Timed that one really well.
Honor McGeechan, 104.36 takes second. Kirsty Gilmore, our early leader, 104.38. Coming back 32.5 seconds, Amy McLeod.
Yeah, so going out in 31 with a dive and coming back in 32 is a
very
very
strong.
nicely paced swim.
So move on to our third heat. N0, Anna Greenshield, South Lanarkshire. 1, Emma Leggett, South Lanarkshire. 2, Rosie Liston, City Glasgow. 3, Alex Coy, Warner Bass. 4, Jessica Beaton, Aberdeen Dolphins. 5, Ella Pullman, Glen Rothas. 6, Melissa Turnbull, Stirling Swim. 7, Ellie Craig Collins, Warner Bass. 8, Rosie Foster from Warner Bass. And 9, Maria Howie, Aberdeen Performance.
Another strong start from lane 4, also lane 6 actually. It's Melissa Turnbull, Stirling Swim.
And, lane 6 is just beginning to pull away a little bit here. Maybe getting hauled in by 7. The wonder swimmer, Ellie Craig Collins, coming through strongly. 29.25 at halfway. And, good turn from Melissa.
Thank you.
Kept our advantage going, and at the moment with 25 to go, this looks cut and dry for Melissa Turnbull from Stirling.
Yeah, it's looking very long in the water. She's not rushing at all. It's just long and strong, nice and smooth stroke.
2 wonder swimmers, Alex Coy, and in 7, Ellie Craig Collins. 2nd and 3rd, Melissa Turnbull, 102.38 with an entry time of 103.70. So a very strong swim there, Lynn.
Yeah, and she looked very strong coming in towards the finish as well. There was no change in the pace. It just looked as though it had been paced really well. She looks as though she's got more to come, actually.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. A nice strong finish from Alex Coy to take 2nd place as we move on to heat number 4. N0, Louise Connell, City of Glasgow. 1, Sarah Stewart, Milgan Bearsden. 2, Safina Machin, City Glasgow. 3, Millie MacArthur, South Lanarkshire. 4, Katie Rose, Warner Bass. 5, Stella McCarthy, City Glasgow. 6, Chloe Barron, Midlothian. 7, Zoe Crawford from First. 8, Julie Dunn, South Ayrshire. And the 9, Isabella Abernethy, Aberdeen Dolphins. Now Katie Rose in lane 4, having a 2nd swim, as is Safina Machin in lane 2.
Cracking start from lane 1, Sarah Stewart over there, Mulgai and Bearsden. Also over in Stella McCarty, City of Glasgow in 5. And between them, Millie MacArthur from South Lanarkshire.
It's Millie 29.81 with the advantage. Stella McCarty in 2nd place. Butterfly is her strength. Pretty useful freestyler. At the moment, got some work to do to try and close on Millie. Still going well, Millie MacArthur. Still McCarty in 2nd and possibly over in lane 1. Finishing strongly in lane 7 to take 3rd, I think. It was Zoe Crawford. In fact, a dead heat for 3rd place. Katie Rose finishing extremely strongly, 31.95 after a slow start. It was all over the place in that one, Lynn, for the middle places. 102.50 for Millie, though.
It was. So, I mean, 102, I mean, that's a strong swim. You know, inside her entry time. It's what we're looking for, really, giving yourself the best chance that you can of making through to the finals this evening.
A couple of hot swimmers in the middle lanes in this one. N5, heat 5. Grace Noonan 0, Milgan Bearsden 1. Elise Sofakendo from Corby. 2, Natalie Bruce from the Broch. 3, Helen Sturrer, East Lothian. 4, Alice Mackey, Heart of Midlothian. Teammate in 5, Orla McInnes. 6, Catherine Renfrew, Perth City. 7, Tegan Black, East Lothian. 8, Eva Alguera, Mulgai and Bearsden. And 9, Charlotte Hardy, South Ayrshire, rather.
The best start in lane 3 from Helen Stoddart, East Lothian, in that black cap. Alongside her, Alice Mackey, Heart of Midlothian. She's pulling up alongside her, doing her best to use that early momentum. But still Helen Stoddart at halfway, 28.84. Strong showing here on the near side as well in 9, Charlotte Hartley.
Swimming down at Millfield, but back where she started at South Ayrshire, and she's motoring down the final stretch. But I think Helen Stoddart just is going to take this one. Helen Stoddart, Alice Mackey, and Charlotte Hardy. Charlotte Hardy probably in second. Alice is going to have to settle for third.
Ooh.
Yeah, what a fantastic swim from Helen Stoddart. 59. We're trying to beat one another there.
No, I mean she led from the go. You know, she had a good start, strong swim, and actually a strong finish at the end. But 1:00:59, that certainly puts her in with a good shout of swimming again this evening. We have got swimmers in these final 3 seeded heats that have gone under a minute before, and they'll be looking to replicate that. But 1:00:59 from Helen, very good.
Charlotte Hardy, I think she'll be back this evening with a strong swim just over the 101. So we move on to the last of the unseeded heats. Heat 6, 0 Jessica Heaps, Falthouse Penguins, 1 Faith Ura, Aberdeen Dolphins, 2 Ariana Stokes, Tynemouth, 3 Heidi Rain, City Glasgow, 4 Ella Stevenson, North Lanarkshire, 5 Rachel Saunders, Warner Bass, 6 Ashley Drake, Warner Bass, 7 Sophie Hull, Warner Bass, 8 Isabel Wood, Stirling Swim, and 9 Gabriella Lessing from Ren 96. We got a good start in that one, Lynn.
Ariana Stokes from Tynemouth, she had a good start, and over here on the near side in 7, so that was Sophie Hull, Warren de Baths. And Sophie it was that went third to the wall, 28.1, so not quite as quick as the previous heat, but strong nonetheless. Jessica Heaps from Falthouse as well, coming through strongly on this second length, and perhaps leading with half a length to go.
Yeah, that another red cap. Falthouse Penguins certainly going to take this one over on that far side. Jessica Heaps. Well, is she? Oh, very tight, lane 7. 6 rather, Ashley Drake. Just 1:01:20. Jessica Heaps 1:01:25. And Sophie Hull takes third place. 1:01.6. I thought Jessica Heaps had just snatched that, but finishing very strongly was Ashley Drake, just to take it at the death. Maybe got longer fingernails. Heidi Wren, 15-year-old, finishing I think in 5th place, so a good swim from her. We move on to our seeded heats. 0 Natalie Marshall, West Lothian. 1 Kerry Gillespie, Aberdeen Performance. 2 Ellie Robertson, South Ayrshire. 3 Tasha Simpson, Warner Bass. 4 Olivia Mason, Warner Bass. In lane 5, Scarlett Ferris, Perth City. 6 Mia McLeod, Swim It. 7 Anna de Grossa, Best. 8 Catriona Stewart, Western Bartonshire. And 9 Sienna Perry, Aberdeen Performance. Well, a lovely start from Olivia Mason in 5. But she might just be getting it. Scarlett Ferris in 5 rather, Olivia Mason in 4 now coming through to challenge. 28.61. Well, the 3 girls in 3, 4 and 5 all sub a minute. And Olivia Mason probably the only one that might go under the minute in this one, having gone sub 29.
Yeah, breathing to the left all the time, keeping an eye. I mean, she's not keeping an eye on Scarlett, but it's head down at the finish. Well done. So under a minute for her. So 59.41 Olivia Mason, just outside for Natasha Simpson, 1:00:03, and Katrina Stewart coming through there to take third in 1:01:06.
I better mention it's Catriona.
Oh, is it?
But yes, you'd normally pronounce Katrina, but she does object to being called.
Well, we should call her by her name
Catriona.
then. Yep, no Catriona.
So I've been reprimanded in the past. So. So we move on to our penultimate heat in 0. Emma Maguire from City of Leicester. 1 Anna Williamson, City of Glasgow. 2 Isla Yo, South Aberdeenshire. 3 Millie Milne, Wonder Bass. 4 Chloe Bowen from Bath University. 5 Elise Cousins from Perth City, 6 Jodie Horn, City Glasgow, 7 Louisa Stoddart, East Lothian, 8 Amy Watson, Inverclyde, and 9 Amelia Mardell from Ulverston. Nice to see a swimmer from the northwest of England coming up here, Ulverston. Running in 6th place, it's Elise Cousins, 28:30, swimmer originally from Tain, I think.
Yes, so swam long time in the North District, but now currently at school, and looking pretty comfortable. 100 free probably about her best event. She has got a good range of events. At 100 free, perhaps her best. Moving well now though in 6 Jory Horn. I think she's recently moved to Glasgow.
Yeah, ex-Rutherglen swimmer. Yeah, indeed. She's actually got a little bit better, I think, over the last year since she moved. Just getting a bit between her teeth now. Jory Horn.
Yeah, sometimes the change of training environment takes a bit of time to get used to, but 59, and that's a 59.81. Yeah. Her entry time outside the minute, so that's a good result for her. I just heard word, Robert, that we have a swim-off.
Oh, lovely.
We have a 100 backstroke swim-off. We've not given out any results yet, but 100 backstroke swim-off, and that'll be before the 1500s.
Excellent. Always look forward to a swim-off, Lynn. Swimmers don't, but we do. Final heat, in 0, Melissa Mainwaring, West Lothian, 1, Thanrada McGregor, Warner Bass, 2, Ciara Sterica, South Ayrshire, 3, Amber Stevenson, South Ayrshire, 4, Drew Mackenzie, City of Glasgow, 5, Anna Green, Warner Bass, 6, Laura Burgess, Darlington, 6, Susie Mcnair from First, 8, Jenna Cole, North Lanarkshire, and 9, Eve Mayer, South Ayrshire. Now, Drew Mackenzie off to a really strong start.
Yeah, she's a class swimmer. Again, just come back from the British Championships. Strong start it was from Ciara Sterica, but I think that class from Drew Mackenzie is really shining out now on the second length.
Amber Stevenson, South Ayrshire, she's not been in the pool much this last 2 or 3 months, coming back from a bit of injury, and she'll be delighted to finish second, which she's going to do. And in lane 9, Eve Mayer in 3rd place. Well, very strong swim from Eve Mayer to come through and get 3rd place, but a lovely swim in 2nd place, Amber Stevenson. We expected Drew Mackenzie to dominate that one, Lynn, but nevertheless, a good swim from Drew to take that 58.47. Amber Stevenson will be delighted by it in finishing 2nd, 3rd. The South Ayrshire swimmers be chuffed to bits with that.
Yeah, that was a very strong morning swim from Drew Mackenzie. I think, although I wouldn't swear to it, that she made it through to the junior finals down in Sheffield, possibly even the Tokyo. They had so many finals down there, it was really quite confusing. But yeah, 58.47, that's a strong morning swim. Look forward to seeing her this evening.
Yeah, this is just a taster to what's to come later on. But for some of these swimmers, it's all about competing at your first snags, perhaps. And just getting here is an achievement in its own right, Lynn.
Yeah, I think this afternoon I'm really looking forward to it. This will be the first time that any of those swimmers will have swum at snags, unless perhaps they managed to sneak through as an 11-year-old.
Yeah, wonderful 11-year-old. There's not that many.
There's not that many of them.
No. So that concludes the 100 free for the girls. It's a little bit more sedate now. It's breaststroke. Again, quite a lot of heats ahead of us. 7 heats. As you can see from the caption, we only have 6 swimmers in this one. In lane 2, Fraser Stewart from Steprock. In 3, Logan Scally from Aberdeen Performance. 4, Aidan Nixon, North Lanarkshire. 5, Sam Ross, Warner Bass. 6, Stephen Pate from Finns. And 7, Lewis Muir from Carnegie. Oh, great for some of these boys maybe to swim at their first snags. This is the slowest heat, but for a lot of them, they'll be delighted to be over at Tollcross today. Nice start in lane number 5 from Sam Ross from Warner Bass. no surprise to see Warner Bass again to the fore with breaststroke.
No, I mean, they've produced obviously a lot of breaststrokers in time, in particular Craig Benson, Scott Quinn. It's good to see that there's still some young swimmers coming through and replicating that. Craig Benson was down at the British Championships. He's now swimming for City of Glasgow.
City of Glasgow, yeah.
Yeah, but just inside the nomination time for the Commonwealth Games in the 50 breaststroke. I think he surprised himself in the 100 breaststroke.
Yeah.
That was a really strong swim, really exciting. Him and Ross, to see them coming through, and Archie Goodburn as well, of course, Warrington Baths again.
Yeah.
So more breaststrokers. Coming up alongside, though, Stephen Pate from Finns. Between these two at the moment, but it can all change in the breaststroke. It changes so quickly, doesn't it?
So Stephen Pate, 1:21.41. Entry times in this one in the low 250s. I wouldn't worry too much about the times. It's really just enjoy the swim, Lynn.
I'm sure they'll be worrying about the times, Robert.
Well, maybe the ones further back might be a little bit concerned if they don't go close to their entry time. But it's all about, I think, just enjoying the atmosphere and being here and
having spectators as well.
Yeah.
Like I say, it does have a much better atmosphere with the spectators across on the far side. And even though we have been back competing for a little while, there has been some opportunities, hasn't there, since the summer festival really last year. But this is the first time that we've had spectators in any number for most of these swimmers. So it's been good for them to see, for their parents to be able to see them, for their grannies and granddads at home to be able to watch them swimming and listen to us.
Yeah.
But to be able to see their swimmers.
Yeah. Just when you were up at the recent North District one, which combined with the Midlands, were there spectators at that one, Lynn? Or
there were. It was a limited number because we don't have the same kind of spectator capacity as we've got here at Tollcross. So we were using the spectator gallery also for swimmers, just to make sure that everybody was given enough space. Very close at the finish here.
I think the Finns lad's just going to take it 2:50, 2:58, 2:53.07 for Sam.
So just say that, we haven't given out any results or anything like that, but you can find them on Meet Mobile.
Yes, indeed.
So that's just a little app that you can buy if you've not got that at home. Also on Swim Scotland, www.swimscotland.co.uk. The results are all there, so you can see who's going through to finals. We could announce the finalists, couldn't we? During the 1500, we'll have time.
At some point, we might be able to run through that. Of course, they should be available pretty well now for us, but we'll do that, I think, when we've got 1500s to run through, Lynn.
Yeah.
So on to heat number 2. N0, Taylor Sinclair from Elgin. 1, Alex Cumming, North Lanarkshire. 2, Jaden Chan from Carnegie. 3, Fraser Button from Orkney. 4, Adam Hill, Stirling Swim. 5, Ben Payton, Aberdeen Performance. 6, Ewan Wardlaw from South Lanarkshire. 7, Rory Webster, Dumfries. 8, Harry Keogh, round 96. And 9, Dan Hall from Aberdeen Performance. Most of these lads 15, a couple of 16-year-olds. So maybe an opportunity for some of these 15-year-olds to get into a final here if they can perform pretty strongly. And certainly lane 2, Jaden Chan from Carnegie. He's got the best start. 36, Fraser Burton, Jaden Chan, 36, 38, 36, 75. I think it was the other way around there, Lynn, but it just depends how they touch the wall and how the pads react to the swimmer's touch.
It does. Sometimes you don't see the hands actually registering a touch. It depends. There's soft metal poles, I'm sure you know this, behind these plastic pads, and sometimes they can break their connections, or one of them might be working and one of them not, but actually the pads seem to be working really well today. We're not seeing very many soft touches. Most of the action over on the spectator side at the moment.
Well, Jaden Chan from Carnegie, 1:18.09, a 41.34 for that last 50 there. coming through in lane number 4, Adam Hill from Stirling Swim. Jaden Chan, I think, originally from the sort of Alloy area, but now swims over at Carnegie. And he's been, I think he's been told by his coach, go out and give it everything rather than leave it till the last minute. So,
and he has.
He's following instructions, Lynn, but he's getting a good race now with Adam Hill in lane 4 now, coming through extremely strongly.
Yes, Adam Hill reeled him in down that third length, really. But Jaden Chan's, he's still giving it good welly going down this final length. I think Adam Hill from Stirling Swim looks as though he's sewn this one up, really. He's timed it really nicely with that strong third length.
Jaden Chan, that last 50 for him was a 47. And it's interesting, he's giving it everything coming down the final stretch, so I just wonder how he just switched off a little bit.
He is, and it's funny, sometimes you have favour one length or the other, and it's not the water, it's not a current or anything like that. It might depend on the coach steering you in. Very close at the finish there. So Adam Hill just getting it right at the end. Jaden Chan really gave a charge down that final length. 2:47.38 Adam Hill, 2:47.73 Jaden Chan, and Harry Keogh in 8 came through. 2:50.71 for third place.
But you look at that split for Adam, 43.57, pretty steady that last 100 for Adam, whereas Jaden Chan a 47 and a 42.
Yes.
So maybe a learning experience that some of these guys will take from this swim.
And it looked like that in the water as well. I don't think it was just the touch or anything like that. It looked, you could see that pace coming from Jaden Chan down that final length. So moving on to heat 3.
In 0, Finn Bannerman, Perth City. 1, Marcus Blake, City of Glasgow. 2, Dylan McCombie, South Aberdeenshire. 3, Lewis Brander, Montefief. 4, Luke Jansen, Wander Bass. 5, Luke Garrity, Inverclyde. 6, Logan Ward, Glenrothes. 7, Callum Aitchison from Bucky. In 8, Ewan Jones, West Lothian. And in 9, Finlay Lowe, Ithan. Thank you, Lynn. Luke Jansen, Wander Bass, just with a slight advantage over Luke Garrity from Inverclyde. Coming through nice and strongly in 7. It's Callum Aitchison from Bucky.
Yes.
Tell us about Callum if you can, if you know anything about the Bucky swimmer.
I can't tell you very much about Callum, but I can tell you about Bucky. So, I mean, Bucky swim out of a 5-lane pool on the northeast coast, as you can imagine. They actually get quite well supported in Bucky. I've recently delivered a level 2 coaching course. During the lockdown, we delivered coaching courses remotely, and then when we returned to the water, we had practical sessions. And Judy Cool, who is one of the coaches there, so she came on the course, and she's been, I think, working with all of the other coaches in Bucky as well, and they've got some really strong swimmers. We'll see Madison later on this afternoon. Madison is Judy's daughter. Right. But they have got quite a good collection of swimmers, all supporting each other. You know, you've got a group of swimmers, they work well together. But I can't tell you about Callum.
Okay. He's hanging in there. He turned 5th at halfway, but Luke Garrity, Inverclyde, now coming through very strongly. So the Retford will be delighted with how he's performing in this one. And he just keep it going down the final 70 metres length.
Logan Ward, like you say, from Glenrothes coming through as well.
Swimmer from Ithan, Finlay Lowe has had a very good third 50 and looks very strong in that outside lane still.
Yeah, Ithan traditionally has produced strong breaststrokers. Their pool is shut at the moment, unfortunately. Like Olympia, they've had a bit of a structural failure with their roof. I'm not sure how long that's going to last for, so that may well have impacted on some of their most recent training. We've got a strong swim now in 3 from Lewis Brander, Montefief, in the Midland District. I think Luke's going to hang on. Well, so it's very close coming in towards the finish. I think.
He's just going to hang on, just on the touch.
So Lewis timed that really well, just coming. He was very strong at the finish.
40.66.
Wow, what a split. So some learning there, I think.
Yeah. look, Garrity virtually had to glide in there, just didn't get that final turn. You know, the final arm action just spot on. And just had to glide and hope that he got that on the touch, which he just did.
He'd worked really hard during the race, I think, and he was spent at the finish.
Yeah.
So it'll be an interesting experience to see how some of these swimmers do this evening that get through to the finals, because this may well be their first experience of heats and finals of a 200 in particular. I know you have heats and finals in the East District.
In the East District, they have heats and finals. In the West, they would normally have been doing heats and finals, but to give swimmers an opportunity, more swimmers an opportunity to swim at districts, we've only had heat declared.
Yeah.
And it's been good and bad, but it's meant that some of the slightly slower swimmers who wouldn't have had the opportunity have had the experience of coming to districts, which is great.
Yeah, and I think that in the circumstances that we found ourselves in lately, I think that's the most important thing. But in the north, we do finals, heats and finals, just in the 50s and the 100s and the 200 metres individual medley. So there is that experience of heats and finals, but you don't get it for these 200s.
Yes.
So it'll be quite telling to see, especially because some of these swimmers have got quite busy programmes. Anyway, we're on to heat number 4. In 0, Ewan Walker, Ren 96. In 1, Brandon Aitchison. Bucky. In lane 2, Lewis Gray in Baclyde. Lane 3, Thomas Traynor, South Lanarkshire. 4, Austin Sinclair from Dumfries. In 5, Angus Young, Heart of Midlothian. Lane 6, Logan van der Meulen, Stirling Swim. In 7, Jake Percy from South Lanarkshire. In 8, Kai Connolly from City of Glasgow. And in 9, Ben McLaughlin from Geary.
34.28, Kai Connolly in lane 8. Out extremely strongly.
Yeah, it's quite a short stroke, quite a high turnover, but looking very strong and consistent.
Only 15, Kai. 1:15.22. So Lewis Gray, the only one in that last 50 to go under 40. And Lewis Gray certainly beginning to motor in lane 2 and in lane 3. Thomas Traynor, the East Kilbride swimmer, swimming as under the South Lanarkshire banner. Another swimmer that's just beginning to just sort of get into the mix now. Thomas been building up and getting a little bit faster over the last year or so. And certainly has a race on. Kai Connolly, 1:57.79. Thomas Traynor and Lewis Gray not far behind. Lovely turn there from Lewis Gray there, Lynn.
Yeah, it's quite interesting looking at the South Lanarkshire swimmers, because there's 2 in the pool and they both have very long glides. So it may be the preparation that they've been doing in order to be able to swim the 200. You still want the movements to be as quick, but you want to have that slightly longer glide. I mean, we saw, didn't we, Kai Connolly had a very high turnover. That's hard work to keep going over the whole of a 200. He is keeping it going, but the other swimmers, perhaps with a longer stroke lengths, are coming through now into towards the finish.
And Lewis, Thomas and Angus Young from Heart of Midlothian.
So another 40 split there from Lewis Gray on that final length and underneath 240. 2:39.21 Lewis Gray, 2:40.14 in second.
You certainly fancy that that time, 2:39.21, whilst not overly fast, should maybe get him into a final. Give him a good chance of being in the 16-year-old final with that time.
Yeah, these are still quite young swimmers with not that much experience of swimming 200s long course.
Thomas Traynor, a 2:40, a 15-year-old, that might be one of the fastest times that the 15-year-olds will achieve in these heats. Not many 15-year-olds to come in first of our seeded heats. In 0, Jake Gibson from the Brock. 1, Jack Mitchell, Aberdeen Performance. 2, Adam Scott, City Glasgow. 3, Conor Mitchell, Warner Baths. 4, Mika van Vlerk, Warner Baths. 5, Matthew Garrity, Inverclyde. 6, Jack Kelso, Tynemouth. 7, Royce Kringellis, North Lanarkshire. 8, Fraser McIntosh, South Lanarkshire. And 9, Andrew McKenzie from Stirling Swim. We'd expect the middle lanes to be very much to the fore in this one again, Lynn. Mika van Vlerk from Warner Baths, our early leader.
Yeah, so there's a much bigger spread of times on entry when we get through to these cyclically seeded heats. or randomly placed, I think I've heard people call it, but it's not random at
No.
all, is it? So all the fastest swimmers are spread out through the final 3 heats in accordance with how FINA sets it. So,
Yes, yeah.
so we do expect to see the fastest swimmers in the middle, and we have got that beautiful arrowhead formation there with Mika van Vlerk leading the way at the moment, alongside him Matthew Garrity.
In fact, I think it's the first time we've had a proper arrowhead this morning.
And jolly nice it is
It
too.
is. It's lovely to see that. Matthew Garrity, just a smidgen faster than that last 50. 1:11:34, 1:11:37, 1:11:58. This would be a cracking final, but it's only a heat.
Yes, different age groups. So we won't see these 3 swimmers all compete against each other in the final, but they're making a race of it in this heat. And at the moment, it's Matthew Garrity getting the better of the other 2 swimmers. So both in the Warren de Bath's caps, but Matthew Garrity in his white cap from Inverclyde just now. So 1:11 at the halfway mark. So that 50 there, so 39.
This really is Matthew's event. Breaststroke. Certainly, probably the 200 might just be a little bit stronger than the 100. I'm not really surprised to see him giving a good race to the Warner swimmers.
Yeah, so Matthew 18 as well, so he's got that little bit of experience, albeit it might not have been quite so recent. But he looks very strong and comfortable, and it is between the 2 Warrender swimmers for the 2nd place. But Matthew Garrity looking pretty comfortable and confident down this final, well, into the final 5 metres. 39 his last split was. I fancy it's going to be a little slower perhaps, so yeah, just outside. So 40 was his last split, Matthew Garrity, 2:31.50.
We just have a slight break here. We've had some sweeties being brought up. So we'll pass them on to the venue commentary team.
So Matthew Garrity in first place there, 2:31.50.
We don't usually get looked after as well.
Oh, we do.
Sometimes the commentary team are sort of forgotten about because we've got to keep our mouths free of sweets. Otherwise, we're not talking and you've got a bit of silence. But it's,
yes, it's one of those things you learn as an official, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to be a starter, never take a toffee.
no. I love jelly babies, that's my preference. But no jelly babies, unfortunately. It's,
So unfortunately, that was a technical infraction for Fraser McIntosh.
aye, thank you. On to our final heat. Sorry, our second last heat, our heat 6. In 0, Jacob Wood from Elgin. 1, Archie Dixon, City of Glasgow. 2, Cameron Mitchell, St Thomas. 3, Luke Horns, East Lothian. 4, Andrew Bertoli, City Glasgow. 5, Evan Davison, Perth City. 6, John Taylor, Aberdeen Performance. 7 is Guy Pelosi, City of Glasgow. Brother Max Pelosi in 8, also City of Glasgow. And 9, Guy Semple, Warner Baths.
So Andrew Bertoli has the fastest entry time in lane 4. He's on the Scottish Swimming Junior team. But, it's actually, the field is not spread out. We don't have a beautiful V shape,
We don't, no, but it's early doors.
Max Pelosi swimming well. I think he's with City of Glasgow. I think he was originally a Kingston swimmer.
Yeah.
But, the Glasgow regime suiting him, perhaps.
City of Glasgow swimmer, as you mentioned, Andrew Bertoli. Fastest entry time at the moment, going very well. Archie Dixon over on the far side, almost upside.
So all 3 City of Glasgow swimmers just now in this penultimate heat.
It is to see what happens with the Perth swimmer, Evan Davis, in the second half. He's roughly 2.5 seconds back from the lead, 1:11:58 from Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, Evan has an extraordinary range of events, and of course he is that bit younger. So he's the only 15-year-old in this heat. We've seen him quite a lot up in the North District, and I'd love to see. I mean, he swims a good medley, he swims a good breaststroke. He's got a big range of events. But still, Andrew Bertoli His entry time 2:28.60. And his lead's extended, hasn't it? I think that's...
Yeah, it's over 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
3 seconds rather, Lynn.
That would be impressive.
Yeah.
So nice long strokes. Remember, we made that comparison.
We
I
did.
think it was Kai Connolly, wasn't it? A very
Indeed.
high turnover, and we've got in an older swimmer, to be fair, you know, and a much longer swimmer, but looking very strong down this final length.
You can also see that Evan Davidson, although he's 3 years younger, again, much longer stroke.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the programme. He may have another set of events that he's doing this morning, so perhaps saving himself and just getting through to that final. 2:28.73 though for Andrew, so that's just on his entry time. Second place there, Evan Davidson, 2:32.49, and Archie Dixon through in third, 2:33.47.
Certainly earlier on, Thomas Trainer, somewhere around about the 2:40 mark as a 15-year-old. It's going to be a pretty fast time for the 15-year-olds. I'm sure that will give them somewhere in the middle lanes, but we'll confirm that when we do the 1500s, Lynn. That was very impressive swim from Evan Davidson, another 15-year-old from Perth City. That's the fastest time for the 15-year-olds. We have Greg Hall, another 50-year-old in the last heat, which is just about to be up and coming now. Jamie Jardine from Warner Bass is in 0. 1 Connor Stewart, Stirling Swim. 2 Finlay Davids, Midlothian. 3 Sam Harrison, Perth City. 4 Neil Moraski, Warner Bass. 5 Jake Holmes, City of Glasgow. 6 Robert Burgess, City of Glasgow. 7 Robson Miles, City of Glasgow. 8 Fraser Tetlow from Geary, and 9 Greg Hall, Aberdeen Performance. Well, maybe a wee delay here. Someone putting tops on. Maybe there's a wee glitch in the box behind us. Maybe the timing mechanisms are out a little bit. We're having maybe just to reset things, Lynn.
Yes, that's a shame just before the final heat. I was just looking to see what the Scottish record was for the 15-year-olds. I think it belongs to Mark Branch. It must be one of the oldest ones in the book. Although we have a young up-and-coming breaststroker who's Scottish, Matthew Garrity, I think his name is. Does he swim with...
Inverclyde?
No.
Sorry,
no, that's not who I'm thinking of. Matthew... Callum Melville. I'm getting Callum Melville. Yeah. He's with Nova.
Yeah. I think he used to swim in the east, around about Corby area.
All right. Yeah.
But don't.
So he's not here.
Right.
He doesn't seem to be here for the Scottish age groups. He was swimming down at the British Championships.
I think he'll be about 16 now.
Yes, I would guess so. I think it may have just come out of that junior element, because of course we look at our juniors as being age under 17 on the 31st of December of that year. So I think he's just come out of his junior age group. Anyway, so we're on to the final heat. In lane 0, Jamie Jardine.
I've run through them, Lynn.
Have you?
I did that earlier.
I missed that.
I was too busy eating my sweet. Yeah, I think
I was too busy eating my sweetie.
You must have been. 32-34 for Jake Holmes. And the Wanderers swimmer, Emil Moraski, just upsides him. I think for swimmers in the middle lanes, I think they'll just do enough, Lynn, just to qualify. Won't see too much excitement in this one. No, about a body length clear at halfway. 2:25 entry time for Emil, 1:09.30. So a couple of 36s will bring him in round about that finish time.
And we see Robert Burgess again. He's in lane 6. He was the fastest qualifier through to the finals in the 100 metres backstroke. And here he is in the 200 metres breaststroke. Not events that you would normally associate with one another.
Yeah, promising swimmer from City Glasgow. There's a wide range of strokes. So I'd expect him to be swimming an IM later on this week. You can see Robert just coming through that a little bit stronger in the second half of the race.
Yeah, so I believe he's coached by Danielle Brayson at the City of Glasgow setup, and is on the junior team and looking very comfortable. So
Sam Harrison going well in second place, Perth City. Emil's got this one pretty well wrapped up without breaking sweat too much. 2:29.27. Sam in second place, 2:31.57, and Robert Burgess takes third, 2:33.02. So that concludes the second event for the boys this morning. We move to the other end of the pool for 50s. It's 50 breaststroke for the girls. A couple of 50 events coming up, Lynn. 50 breast, then we've got 50 butterfly, and hopefully at that point most of the results will be there for us, and we can give you the finalists when we get on to our 1500 towards the end of the programme.
Yeah, I think it's great that we've got 50s in the Scottish national age groups. It was a long time that we didn't have them in there, as we were encouraging swimmers to swim those longer events, but it's good to see them reintroduced. I think the 50 freestyle came in first because it's a part of the Olympic programme. But then, you know, I mean, we compete in all of the 50 form strokes in the Commonwealth Games and in the European Juniors, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it is, I think it's great. It gives swimmers with a whole range of different skills and different specialities, if you like, the opportunity to compete at the national age groups. So we've got 50 breaststroke first, have we?
We have indeed. Just double check, it's probably at least 8 or 9. Yes, it's another 9 heats, both of breast, and for the boys we have 9 butterfly. So just quickly run through in 0 to 9. Emma Russell, Falthouse, Ellie Craig Collins, Wonder Bass, Emily Legg, Rushmore, Frida Hoy, Tiger Sharks, Amy House in best. 5, Grace Harley, East Lothian. 6, Amy Lauren, Round 96, Julie Dunn. 7, South Ayrshire, Ella Wood, Forfar, and 9, Victoria Grabowska, West Dumbartonshire. Amy Owenson from best, I think, just the leader coming into the last 15 metres, being challenged. Freya Howie from Tiger Sharks, those two have it, and probably third place, Ellie Craig Collins.
Well, Victoria Gabrowska was going well here on the near side, but it did all end up over on the spectator side. So Amy Owenson, 36.18, winning that one. Freya Howie in second, 36.81, and Ellie Craig Collins, 37.88, third. So it's a good opening heat.
Entries in those 38 and 39 seconds, so a nice strong start, as you say, Lynn. Second heat in 0, Katie Anderton, East Lothian. 1, Emma Chambers, North Lanarkshire. 2, Ionica Sapidis from Carnegie. 3, Helen Stoddart, East Lothian. 4, Natalie Cooper, Wonder Bass. 5, Sarah Denson, Monifief. 6, Isabel Monach from Tynemouth. 7, Maya Cheshire, Elgin. 8, Madison Gallagher, first. And the 9, Sarah Wood, I think. Pretty level start, going well in lane 3 is Helen Stoddart. Beside her is Iona Casapidis from Carnegie, and Iona maybe just pulling through on that far side, going nicely. Madison Gallagher from first, alongside Sarah Wood from Ithen. It's very tight, finishing strongly. Isabel Munner from Tynemouth. Oh, it's on the touch. Lane 8, lane 6 and lane 2 perhaps. Very tight. Madison Gallagher certainly took that. 37.67. Iona Casapidis from Carnegie takes second, 37.94. And in third place was Isabel Munner from Tynemouth, 38.04. So on to our 38 in 0. Amelia McCusker, City Glasgow. 1, Gary Galt, Ithen. 2, Ailey McNair, Mulgan Bearsden. 3, Evie Judge, Kintyre. 4, Eva Kirkham from first. 5, Isabel Kendall, Stirling Swim. 6, Cassie Wiper, City Glasgow. 7, Brooke Rogerson, Dumfries. 8, Elise Sophia Kendall from Corby, and Lauren Anderson from Farmhouse Penguins in 9. Might just be lane 3, Evie Judge from Kintyre shading this one. Amelia McCusker, City Glasgow in 0, but lane 3, Evie Judge from Kintyre being challenged by Isabel Kendall. Stirling Swim, Evie Judge, Isabel Kent, and in lane 4, Eva Kirkham. I think that's the 1, 2, 3, Lynn.
Yeah, it's a bit of a glide in towards the end from Evie, but she took that one regardless. Just getting a check on a couple of times, I believe. So Evie Judge just inside 37, so not quite as fast as the first heat.
Heat 4, Phoebe Buchan from the Broch in 0. 1, Bronwyn Payne, best. 2, Emily Cumming, Kinross. 3, Amelia Ray, Ren 96. 4, Ella Chambers, Ithen. 4, 5, Ailey MacArthur, Mulgan Bearsden. 6, Rosie Murison, City Glasgow. 7, Taylor Smith, St Thomas. 8, Sophie Portier, Wonder Bath. And 9, Rowan Saunders, Heart of Midlothian.
Lane 3 again. I think Amelia Ray. Also in 1, Bronwyn Payne from Best.
Bronwyn Payne perhaps maybe just shading it now. Amelia Ray in 3. Those two very prominent. And Amelia Ray finishing the stronger, is she? This is on the touch. Amelia Ray, and in lane 1, Bronwyn Payne. That's the other way around.
Just 4 100ths between them. It looked like Amelia Ray to me, but obviously the time pads know better than we can. So 36.32, the timing system's given Bronwyn Payne, and Amelia Ray 36.36.
Rosie Murison third, City Glasgow 37.15. Heat 5. Also a good brand from Ithen. 1, Katie Caldwell, Kirkentulk and Kinsyth. 2, Rachel Saunders, Warner Bass. 3, Lucy Nimmo, North Lanarkshire. 4, Molly Cannon, Inverclyde. 5, Abigail Thompson, Kingston. 6, Charlotte Thompson, Midlothian. 7, Hannah Stahl, Cooper and District. 8, teammate Ella McGeorge. And 9, Katie Simpson, Heart of Midlothian.
The strong start in 4 from Molly Cannon. I mean, right from the very start of her dive, she was very strong. Perhaps being caught now in 1 by Katie Caldwell, Kirkentulk.
Katie Caldwell maybe just shades it, Lynn.
Yes, strong swim over here on the near side. Katie Simpson, Heart of Midlothian as well. I think it's going to be lane 4 all the way through. Molly Cannon.
Lane 1.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, very tight, very tight. Lucy Nimmo actually in lane 3, 35.74. Katie Caldwell 35.76. Molly Cannon 35.77.
So just 3 100ths.
Yeah. Let's get the arms in the right position.
Yeah, it's how much pressure you apply at the end.
So we move on to our 6th heat rather. 0, Amy Bell, Midlothian. 1, Periscope, Stirling Swim. 2, Leah Bullock, South Lanarkshire. 3, Hayley Armstrong, East Lothian. 4, Katie Brennan, North Lanarkshire. 5, Sophie Maguire, Guildford City. 6, Erica Watt, Heart of Midlothian. 7, Gabriella Winton, St Thomas. 8, Rebecca Cole, South Lanarkshire. And 9, Jessica Schultz, Perth City. Entries in this 36, about 36.5.
Yeah, so just 0.4 separating the entire field on entry time.
Green cap over on the far side, Amy Bell going well.
And also in 3, Hayley Armstrong, East Lothian. So East Lothian, another one of those composite teams. Not sure where Hayley trains out of. Probably as a part of the team, because I know they do come together, don't they, for training, and it does look to be Hayley Armstrong coming in towards the finish.
Hayley Armstrong, Leah Bullock, probably in lane 1, Periscope. That's how it finished. Hayley Armstrong 35.50, Leah Bullock 35.72, Periscope from Stirling Swim 36.11.
Yeah, it didn't look as close as less than two tenths at the finish, but it's with the bob of the breaststroke, just depends on where in the cycle that you are as to when it is you touch.
So that now confirmed on your screen as we move on to the first of the seeded heats in 0. Ellie Stewart, Wonder Bass. 1, Emma Simpson from the Brock. 2, Fern Crichton, Perth City. 3, Yasmin Ali, Wonder Bass. 4, Ciara Davidson, City Glasgow. In 5, Naomi Maguire from City of Leicester. 6, Nuala Gow from Geary. 7, Anna de Grossa, Best. 8, Ella McDonald, Highland Swim Team. And 9, Sarah McNaughton, Wonder Bass. Starting 3, I think, there from Yasmin Ali.
Yes, very strong start. There's not a lot between these first few swimmers, but we would expect to see the swimmers in the golden lanes to come through in these races, in these final cyclically seeded heats.
Ciara Davidson in 4, trying to get on terms with Yasmin Ali, Ciara Davidson, and probably in lane 3. Sorry, lane 2, the other side of Yasmin Ali. Fern Crichton, 34.86.
Yeah, Yasmin Ali timed her finish really well, so she was just on the full extension of her arms as she came in towards the finish, and rewarded with that first place there.
So on to heat number 8. In 0, Amelia Mardell from Ulverston. 1, Freya Mason from Shetland. 2, Kirsty Neal, Bishop Stortford. 3, Ailey Robertson, South Ayrshire. 4, Chloe Bowen from Bath University. 5, Sophie Houle, Wonder Bass. 6, Ciara Sterker, South Ayrshire. 7, Neve Kay, Darlington. 8, Martha Reeves, Dundee City Aquatics. And 9, Holly Lumsden, Heart of Midlothian. Start in lane 6, Ciara Sterker, Sophie Houle also well there in 5.
Yeah, so those are the 2 18-year-olds that are swimming now. You see that little bit of extra experience on the starts and a bit more power. But it is between these two, Ciara Sterker and Sophie Houle. It's coming down towards the end.
Kirsty Neal, Bishop Stortford coming through very strongly to take this. Ailey Robertson in 3 and in lane 5.
Great finish
well,
there.
Well, I thought it was lane 5. Sophie Chloe Bowen just got 3rd place. Kirsty Neal, Bishop Stortford, 34.35. Ailey Robertson, South Ayrshire in 2nd place. And Chloe Bowen in 3rd. 2 15-year-olds separated by just over half a second, so they'll be up against one another in the final this evening. On to heat 9. Mai Rogers, Wonder Bass in 0. 1, Amy McLeod, City Glasgow. 2, Lucy Stoves, Dundee City Aquatics. 3, Catriona Stewart, Western Bartonshire. 4, Amy Watson, Inverclyde. 5, Charlotte Hardy, South Ayrshire. 6, Rada McGregor, Wonder Bass. 7, Kirsty Whitlow, Mulgan Bearsden. 8, Katie Coventry, Tynemouth. And 9, Elise Cousins, Perth City. Amy Watson has maybe half a metre advantage. Catriona Stewart, Western Bartonshire in 3. Charlotte Hardy in 5 coming through at the death. And this one, Amy Watson, Catriona Stewart and Charlotte Hardy, I think. Well, it's very tight on the touch. Charlotte Hardy just got it 34.38 to take second. Catriona Stewart 34.41. That was a pretty dominant swim there from Amy Watson, Lynn.
Yeah, she looked very strong there on that last 50. I was just thinking to myself, that's why I didn't say anything, I was just thinking about the number of breaststroke swimmers that we see from South Ayrshire. There's quite a few, and it's not just that one Robertson family.
No,
There's
it's not.
Some strong breaststroke there. We saw through those final heats from South Ayrshire, so obviously doing a good job with that breaststroke there.
So it's a strange caption: 3 seconds, 3 thirds, and 3/4.
Well, that makes 9.
Yeah.
Only it's the 11s we need to worry about.
Yeah.
Or not worry about. We could get excited about more swim-offs. We do
well,
have one.
Yeah.
So it's in the 100 backstroke. Remember, we need to do that after the.
We have that. Yeah.
55.
Yeah. So we move to the boys' 50 butterfly. That's just about to happen in a moment or two. We'll quickly run through the first heat In lane 0 we have Jaden Chan from Carnegie. 1, Ewan Mitchell, South Lanarkshire. 2, Conor Mitchell, Warner Bass. 3, Marcus Blake, City of Glasgow. 4 is Callum McLaughlin from City of Glasgow. 5, Callum Mongan from Aquabears. 6, Fraser Stewart, Step Rock. 7, Liam Gorczynski from Montefieth. 8 is Callum King, North Lanarkshire. And 9, Alex Cumming from North Lanarkshire. So again, 9 heats ahead of us, Lynn. 29 and 30 seconds entry times in this one.
Yeah, even in these early heats, we're seeing names that we've already seen swimming this morning. And it is quite a long session this morning, but they're not getting that much time between these individual events, so with only 9 heats or so. And the officials are doing a really good job of keeping everything going. It's moving through quite quickly. Strong start in the centre lane from Callum McLaughlin. Also Liam Korczynski. He's got very long stroke.
Montefieth swimmer might just be shading this. It is Liam that's going to take this. Lanes 3 and 4, I think. Jaden Chan over on the far side got 3rd place. Marcus Blake in 2nd. Liam Korczynski, 29.15.
Yeah, so that's over a second improvement for him, and I'd say it's in the butterfly, the conversion factors are very different. We spoke about the backstroke earlier, how difficult it is to improve on your time. On the butterfly, it's much more possible, but even so, a second of an improvement is a really good one.
So in 0, Kane Buchanan, Dundee City Aquatics. 1, Benji Jeffries, South Ayrshire. 2, Jonah Turnbull, Midlothian. 3, Kai Connolly, City Glasgow. 4, Calvin McDonald, Aberdeen Performance. 5, James Bodie, Gary. 6, Tom Ingalls, City of Glasgow. 7, Adam McLaren, South Aberdeenshire. 8, Ben Smallwood from Kinross. And 9, Logan van der Meulen, Stirling Swim. This is heat number 2, Lynn. All these guys in the sort of mid to high 29 seconds.
Yeah, no 17, 18-year-olds yet. Slightly slower entry times for the 15s and 16s, and these are all swimmers that are 15 and 16 by the end of the year. Of course, some of them may be 14 now.
Indeed. Strong start in lane 8. I thought Ben Smallwood on the far side going well. Kane Buchanan and Benji Jeffries in 0 and 1. Coming through very strongly, Jonah Turnbull, Midlothian cap. It's I think just on the near side. This is a tight finish. Lane 8, 3 and 2, I think. Well, it was 2, 8 and 3.
Yeah, that was a strong second half from Jonah Turnbull, and it was the green cap that is so easy to recognise, isn't it? It's very difficult to tell and judge who's going to touch first when you've got swimmers over on either side, because it's 25 metres wide, the pool.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to be watching both at the same time. But it was lane 2 in the end, wasn't it?
It was lane 2, just that snatched that. The green cap on Midlothian. In lane 0, Logan Scally, Aberdeen Performance. 1, Edward Bell, Seagulls. 2, Fraser McLaughlin, Elgin. 3, David Smith from Glenrothes. 4, Max Pelosi, City Glasgow. 5, Jack Lorimer, Ithan. 6, Rory Webster, Dumfries. 7, Alex Wiseman, Kuskus. 8, Dan Howe, Aberdeen Performance. And 9, Alex Black from First.
I think it's David Smith from Glenrothes. Yeah, definitely. So he's going to take that one, and that is a much improved time on what we've seen already, 28.03. So very close to being in the 27s. His entry time was 29.30, so over a second improvement for him.
Finished very strongly there, Lynn.
He did. He looked powerful all the way through that race. Edward Bell in second, 28.48. Fraser McLaughlin, 28.74.
Heat 4, 0, Ben Montgomery, Stirling Swim. 1, Jamie Glenn, North Lanarkshire. 2, David Landman, City Glasgow. 3, Cameron Mitchell, St Thomas. 4, Jack Mitchell, Aberdeen Performance. 5, Ben King, Mulgine Bearstand. 6, Fergus Woodward, Portobello. 7, Archie Smith, Aberdeen Dolphins. 8, Lucas Johnson, Aberdeen Performance. And 9, Adam Curry, North Ayrshire.
still all the swimmers are 15, 16 in this heat, and it's actually probably the most even break across the pool that we've seen.
Fergus Woodward in 6 in this side might just be going to take this one over in lane 1 and 0. Lucas Johnson, Fergus Woodward did take that lane 27.88, but it was all over the place.
And under 28 seconds.
Jamie Glenn 28.27, Lucas Johnson 28.30 and 28.35. Ben Montgomery very close for third and fourth. On to heat 5, 0 Cameron Gill from first, 1 Lewis Austin Highland Swim Team, 2 Nathan Campbell Stirling Swim, 3 Callum Sinclair West Lothian, 4 Ryan Broadley from the Broch, 5 John Mackay Perth City, 6 Connor Stewart Stirling Swim, 7 Jack McDonald from Putteridge, 8 Scott Fleming South Lanarkshire, and 9 Owen Williamson East Lothian Swim Team. 28's in this one as well, Lynn.
Yes, so an interesting selection of swimmers in there. Actually, Scott Fleming over in lane 8. I know he has a whole range of events. He does 1500s, 50s. Again, I think showing how important it is to do a whole range of events when you're developing. But 400 IM, I know he swims as well, and he is doing really well actually.
And talking about Scott Fleming, I think he won that one.
Yes,
Lynn.
I think he did.
Just touched out.
Yeah.
Nathan Campbell over on the far side, 27.73. Scott Fleming 27.78, and Lewis Austin 27.88.
Yeah, so in developing swimmers, you want to try and give them the opportunity to swim a broad range of events so that they can find out what they're good at.
Yeah,
you don't want to specialise too young. But Scott Fleming, like I say, 400 IM, 1500 frees, we've seen him do, and there he is coming second in that race in the 50 fly.
Heat 6, 0 James Cowdrey Highland Swim Team, 1 Karen Bruce South Lanarkshire, 2 Torrin Liversidge South Aberdeenshire, 3 Zach Slater East Lothian, 4 Lewis Gray Inverclyde, 5 Robson Wells City Glasgow, 6 James Burnett Warner Bass, 7 Adam Scott City Glasgow, 8 Adam Scott Wren 96, and 9 Cameron Shaw from first. Well, 2 Adam Scotts, but 2 different age groups in 7 and 8. That's Adam Scott Wren 96 going nicely in lane number 8. Also over in lane 0, James Cowdrey from the Highland Swim Team. Possibly lane 8, who's just going to take this, I think it was Adam Scott, the N96 swimmer, 27.20, James Cowdrey 27.46, takes second, and third place Cameron Bruce 27.66.
Yeah, so our lane 8 swimmer swimming in the 15-year age group, 27.20 is a
very impressive.
Time.
Yeah.
I think he led that one right from the very beginning. Was quite close, but he raced that one well. All the way from the beginning, carried it through to the end and timed it well at the finish as well.
First seeded heat, Geert van der Moelen Stirling Swim is 0. Travis Davey 1, Dundee City Aquatics. 2 Ben Kelly Warner Baths. 3 Alex Thompson Warner Baths. 4 Stephen Kravitz East Lothian. 5 Brodie Gordon Gibson Warner Baths. 6 Finlay Nelson Dumfries. 7 Dylan Cashmore South Ayrshire. 8 Joe Carter Deltingen Sirrah Gulen, and 9 from Warner Baths. Strong start in 3, Alex Thompson, Stephen Kravitz in 4 now coming through along with Brodie Gordon Gibson.
Yes, closer than I thought that this might be. Stephen Kravitz just having returned from the British Championships and was swimming really well. And he does take them, but didn't have it all his own way. But 25.87 for Stefan, Brodie Gordon Gibson in second, 26.13, and Alex Thompson coming through to take third place.
Slowly out the traps there, Stefan, and just having to do a wee bit extra work down the final 20 or so just to get through quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, I mean, he swam some cracking swims down at the British Championships. His 100 free, I think he went down to a high 50, I think. Don't know, I don't keep these things in my head as well as Duncan does, but I think it was down 50 seconds or so.
So on to heat 8. Just run through the swimmers. Jake Gibson in 0, 1 Marcus Bullock, 2 Archie Dixon, 3 Finlay Club, 4 Rory McKinnon, 5 Kieran Lennox, 6 Murray Pritchard, 7 Andrew Brodie, 8 Evan Davidson, and 9 Matthew McMillan. Rory McKinnon well clear in this one, Lennon 4.
Yeah, I mean, he is the fastest swimmer in the field, and but he has made that one look pretty comfortable. 25.54, so that's only just outside his entry time, which I think probably is his best time.
Finley Club in second place. In third place was Murray Pritchard from Perth City. Our final heat in 0, Lucas Brown Elgin, 1 Jack Murphy North Lanarkshire, 2 Cameron Creaney North Lanarkshire, 3 Conrad Slesser Aberdeen Performance, 4 Tom Robertson Aberdeen Dolphins, 5 Callum Rose Warner Baths, 6 William Storer South Aberdeenshire, 7 Finn Bremner Warner Baths, 8 Logan Warren Aberdeen Performance, and 9 Murray Dixon Stirling Swim.
So Tom won this event at the North District age groups, and he is a super butterfly swimmer. He did have an age group record, a Scottish age group record, just kind of moving through into these senior age groups, but he does look as though he's got this one not sewn up by any means, but he looks strong as he comes in towards the final 5. That was Tom, 25.51.
Fastest we've had.
And the fastest we'll see this morning.
Yeah.
Second place, Finn Bremner, 26.25, only 100th behind Callum Rose. I didn't call that one, did I like to say. 26.26 for Callum.
So Tom Robertson just a little bit faster than Rory McKinnon, so that's one to savour this evening, Lynn.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that. They're both in the same age group,
yeah.
both 18. We tend to see that the older swimmers in the boys are faster, especially in the power events like the 50 fly. So we will tend to see those 17, 18-year-old boys faster than the 16, 15s. Not so much with the girls who make those progressions a little bit slower. So the swim off.
Now we have a swim off. So it's backstroke for the boys. 100 backstroke swim off we have to look forward to. Our 2 swimmers are both 17, so swimming for the 17-18-year-old final. In 4, Ewan Beattie from Warner Baths, and 5, Cameron Dorn from North Lanarkshire. So I don't know what time they actually did in the heats earlier on. If we can give you that, we'll give you that before they get underway. But that was heat 102. So this is to get into the final, 102.72. So I'll pass this over to Lynn and she can give you hopefully an exciting swim off.
Well, 102.72 was the time that brought these swimmers here. They both finished equal 10th place. And it looks as though it is... Oh, can't remember who's who. Is Ewan in? Ewan's in the red hat,
in the red
isn't he?
cap, yes. Yeah.
Oh, and Cameron over here on the near side, and Cameron getting the better of Ewan down this first 50, but it is mighty close as they come in towards the turn, touching with just 3 100ths between them. Longer underwater work there from the swimmer from North Lanarkshire swim team. It's going to be Ewan Beattie is really working hard down this second length, but Cameron's still looking very strong. Cameron Doran from North Lanarkshire swim team. It's going to be nip and tuck. Do you know what happens if they both touch together again, Robert? They have to do it again.
They have to do it again, yes.
They have to do it again. It's going to be mighty close. Oh, goodness.
I think it was Cameron.
It was. Cameron just touched first there. 102.09, 102.21, Ewan Beattie. But that was a really good effort coming down towards that final touch there from Ewan Beattie.
they're probably wondering, why did we not do that earlier on and we would have both been in the final?
They would have. 1:02.09 would have seen Cameron come through in 5th place. He would have had a solid place in the final. But I think sometimes that spurs you on, just the two people. We've got all of the spectators over on the far side, all their teammates cheering them on, just that little bit of extra edge. And of course, it's a little bit later on in the morning.
Yeah. So it's a joy to have 1500s to commentate on. Well,
ladies 1500s as well.
Ladies 1500s, yes, and 8 in our first heat. And we'll have 2 more heats to follow. So while we get ready to give you the commentary for this one, we'll get things ready to give you the finalists for the girls 200 backstroke, which was event 101. And just before we do so, we'll introduce our swimmers for our 1500 freestyle. This is heat declared, so we've got a mixture of ages 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds. In lane 1 we have Lexi McCappin from first, 2 Simone Finlayson, Dundee City Aquatics, 3 Maria Howe from Aberdeen Performance, 4 Emma Finlay, East Lothian Swim Team. In 5 Fern Gray, Seven Oaks, 6 Safina Machin, City Glasgow, 7 Ella McDonald from Geary, and in 8 Sarah Innes from Carnegie. Times in this one range from 18:55 to 19:41. So Lynn, if you want to give us the finalists for our 15-year-old girls 200 back.
So this is from our results that we received earlier. There may be changes if swimmers withdraw, but I shouldn't imagine there's going to be that many. So our finalists for this evening for the 15-year age group is Susie Mcnair from first, Heidi Wren, City of Glasgow, Safrina Machin, City of Glasgow, Zoe Crawford from first, Catherine Renfrew, Perth City, Tegan Black, East Lothian, Layla Todd from Lerwick, Emma McGavin from South Lanarkshire, Mai Rogers from Warren de Bath, and Maria Howe from Aberdeen Performance. And there's 2 reserves. Maria's in the water, isn't she? So she's through to that final for 200 metres backstroke. The reserves are Talia Blackley from City of Glasgow and Naomi Wilson from Warren de Bath Club. In the 16-year age group, this is still for the 200 metres backstroke finals this evening. Finalists Melissa Mainwaring, West Lothian, Chloe Barron, Mid Lothian, Ailey Armstrong, East Lothian, Katie Rose, Warren de Bath Club, Kirsty Gilmore, South Lanarkshire, Lucy Stoves, Dundee City Aquatics, Natalie Marshall, West Lothian, Millie MacArthur, South Lanarkshire, Natalie Cooper, Warren de Bath Club, and Casey Drummond is also in that final from Incas. 2 reserves, Jessica Beaton, Aberdeen Dolphins, and Maya Cheshire from Elgin. In the 17-18-year age group, the finalists Anna Green, Warren de Bath Club, Holly McGill, Heart of Midlothian, Hannah Willis, City of Peterborough, Scarlett Ferris, Perth City, Fern Crichton, Perth City, Isabel Wood, Stirling Swim, Ella Stevenson, North Lanarkshire Swim Team, Kerry Gillespie, Aberdeen Performance, Rebecca Audio from South Lanarkshire, and Libby Doubleday, City of Glasgow. 2 reserves for that final as well, Sienna Perry and Emma Finlay, Aberdeen Performance and East Lothian respectively. How's it going in the water, Robert?
Lexi McCappin, our early leader, over that far side from where we are. Spectator side, first split 1:08.47 and 2:21.87 for the second 100. So pace there 73 and a bit seconds. But she's well clear of the rest of the field at the moment. Let's see how this one progresses. These swimmers almost in a line. In lanes 3, 5 and 7, it's Maria Howie, Fern Gray and Elle McDonald.
Yes, I don't know if you watched the final of the 1500 freestyle from the British Championships. So we had a swimmer who went out really, really strongly and was 10 seconds, 12 seconds ahead all the way through, and just towards the final 300 she was reeled in by the eventual winner, Fleur Lewis, and it was, I mean, she did a fantastic swim. You know, she improved on her entry time. She was in an outside lane like we see here, but she did get reeled in towards the end.
Yeah, well, I must admit, Lynn, I'm just back from feeling a bit under the weather the last week or two, so I did not feel up to watching any of the live stream in the last few days. I've had a bit of a virus, which I'm thankfully shaking off, so that I was virtually 100% to come and do the 5 days here at Tollcross. So,
well, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
Shall I carry on with the finals?
Yes, please.
Yes. Right, so this is for the event 102, the boys backstroke. Finalists for the 15-year age group: Adam Scott, Ren 96, Edward Bell, Seagulls, Tom Armitage, Highland, Liam Korczynski from Monifearth, Jack Doherty Simpson, Scotia, Lucas Johnson, Aberdeen Performance, Mano Drysdale, Warrender Baths Club, James Burnett, Warrender Baths Club, and Robbie Boyd, Warrender Baths Club, and also Logan van der Meulen, Stirling Swim. And the reserves for that final are Finlay Nelson from Dumfries and Carl Muirhead, West Lothian. In the 16-year age group, finalists Lucas Brown from Elgin, Luke Hornsey, East Lothian, Murray Dixon, Stirling Swim, Callum Peebles, East Lothian, Ethan Stewart, South Lanarkshire, Calvin MacDonald, Aberdeen Performance, Jack MacDonald, Putteridge, Sean Cy Griffiths from Warrender Baths Club, Finlay Davis from Midlothian, and Saida Gulen from Warrender Baths Club. Reserves for that final are Kyle Mitchell from Geary and Jack Lorimer, Eithen. In the 17-18-year age group, finalists Robert Burgess, City of Glasgow, William Storer, South Aberdeenshire, Finn Bremner, Warrender Baths Club, Greer van der Meulen, Stirling Swim, Nathan Campbell, Stirling Swim, Angus Johnson, City of Glasgow, Ewan Houston, Ren 96, Andrew Brodie, Aberdeen Dolphins, Owen Williamson from East Lothian, and Cameron Doran, the winner of our swim-off, is the 10th finalist there for the 17-18-year age group. Ewan Beatty becomes a reserve, and so is Travis Davey from Dundee City Aquatics. So those finals this evening will be swum in 10 lanes.
Yes.
And they will be joined by the winners, or the 10 fastest swimmers from the 10 to 13-year age group, 11 to 13-year age group, isn't it?
Up to 13,
and, and the 14. So those finals will all take place this evening.
So we've roughly gone about a third of the distance here. Still very commanding lead, Lexine McCappin. She's led right from the start line. She had about a 7-second advantage at 400. The pace that she's going at has certainly dropped, sort of 73.5, 74 and a bit, 75.5. And turning 6:09.41. Well, she's got an advantage of roughly 5.5 seconds.
Yeah, if she keeps going, she could finish in about a time of about 19 minutes or thereabouts. So 19 minutes would see her come well inside her entry time, but she'd have to keep this pace going throughout.
Certainly the pair swimmer, Fern Gray, she's swimming pretty steadily in second place and just beginning to claw back that advantage a little bit, Lynn.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go. And I think that lead is diminishing somewhat, isn't it? Seen a lot of strong swimmers from Perth City, especially in these distance events. I mean, even Stephen Milne. We've seen Stephen Milne obviously competing down at the British Championships and in the Olympic Games as well, albeit that was in the 4x200 freestyle. But 1500 free, we see Catherine Bailey also from Perth City. They've got a strong showing in the distance swims.
Yeah, Catherine actually, I commented on this, I think, at the Edinburgh International. She swam in the short course event at Midland Districts about a month and a half ago, and the Midlands record for the 18-year-olds was, I think, something like 17. I think it was something like 17:09, and she came in on a 17:11.
Right.
Missed it by a couple of seconds.
Very close then.
Yeah. But she had to do it all on her own. So it's,
and I think we see her later on, do we? Yeah, we'll see
I
her
think
in the final heats.
Yeah.
So I don't think the final heat is in the evening session. I think it will be held this morning as well.
Should be, yeah. So
I'll give you then the finalists for the 100 metres freestyle. The girls 15 years first. Helen Stoddart, East Lothian. Mia McLeod, Swim It. Ashley Drake, Warrington Baths Club. Ailey Robertson, South Ayrshire. Charlotte Hardy, South Ayrshire. Susie Mcnair from First. Heidi Wren, City of Glasgow. Catherine Renfrew, Perth City. Orla McInnes, Heart of Midlothian, and Zoe Crawford from First. The reserves for that final are Grace Noonan from Mulgine Bearston and Tegan Black, East Lothian. In the 16-year age group, finalist Chloe Brown, Bath University, Melissa Mainwaring, West Lothian, Laura Burgess, Darlington, Jessica Heaps from Foldhouse, Natalie Marshall, West Lothian, Alice Mackey, Heart of Midlothian, Melissa Turnbull, Stirling Swim, Millie MacArthur from South Lanarkshire, Elise Sophia Kendall from Corby and Ariana Stokes from Tynemouth. 2 reserves for that final as well. Stella McCarty, City of Glasgow, and Alex Coy, Warrington Baths Club. And the finalists in the 17-18 year age group, Drew Mackenzie, City of Glasgow, Olivia Mason, Warrington Baths, Jory Horn, City of Glasgow, Natasha Simpson, Warrington Baths, Amber Stevenson, South Ayrshire, Louisa Stoddart, East Lothian, Elise Cousins, Perth City, Eve Mayer, South Ayrshire, Anna Green, Warrington Baths, and in 10, Catriona Stewart from Western Bartonshire. And the reserves for that final are Amy Watson from Inverclyde and Kira Sterica, South Ayrshire.
Excellent. That concludes the third event, and at the moment, halfway mark, 9:24.95 for our leader, Lexine McCappin. Fern Gray turned halfway at 9:29.13. As Lynn said earlier on, pacing somewhere around about the 19-minute mark, our leader, and has just over 4 seconds advantage at halfway. An advantage almost 5 seconds, so Lexine just beginning to up the pace again a little bit.
Yeah, so she's performed well swimming outside there on her own, although swimming in one of the outside lanes does give you the advantage of being able to be cheered on by your
Indeed.
teammates. The pace dropped just a little bit, so pacing perhaps just outside for about 19:10 or something like that, but still looking pretty good.
Perth swimmer Fern Gray well clear in second at the moment. Don't think anyone else is going to come out the pack to challenge. And our advantage still virtually bang on 5 seconds. Still a fair bit of the race to go. Let's that Fern can pull off in the next 600 metres or so. Just grab a half a second here and there. So 1:11.21. And just increased that a little bit. She's beginning to pull away again.
Yeah, and that gap has grown, yeah, and it's a visible difference. So we're looking at the same images that are being shown out on the web, aren't they, on YouTube?
They are indeed.
They're the ones that we can see, although we can see in the pool as well.
And some of these swimmers not really getting much opportunity to swim a 1500 this last year or so, Lynn. So some of these times you've got to sort of take with a pinch of salt. They won't be genuine times, but they may just be a time trial that's been validated in their local pool.
Yeah, so I mean the National Championships requires accredited times for entry, and there's not been that many opportunities to swim those times other than district championships. I know in the North District, Geary put on a meet to provide opportunity for swimmers to swim these times, but I think it's not a fair reflection of distance swimming around the country, what we're seeing really here. Although saying that, these girls are doing really well. There's that 2/3 of the way through, 12:40.22.
Yeah. So halfway mark, sorry, 2/3 of the way through, as you say. Fern Gray still 5 and a bit seconds back.
That was another 1:18, 100 there.
So you feel that Fern is really going to pick something up over the next couple of hundred to try and close that gap down to sort of a manageable 2-3 seconds.
So you'll often find that swimmers, when they're training for their 1500s, will work and practice in 500s, and the middle 500 is where you really want to make sure that you push it on. And I think both of these swimmers have done that pretty effectively. So they're both swimming on their own.
It's all about getting that clock in the head.
Getting that rhythm going nice and smooth, make sure that your stroke is nice and efficient. You don't want to see too much splash from your arms. Both girls are kicking throughout, but the kick is not strong, but it's keeping the balance of their swim. And providing a bit of propulsion as well. So we'll see them kicking a bit harder as we come towards the end. And I fancy that's a bit more of a kick that we're seeing there from Lexine just in this final 500. So it may well be that that's her race tactic. She won't have had many time to practice it other than in training. But she's keeping that going, and it looks like that kick is coming a bit stronger.
Still has best part of 5-second advantage. So 39.52 for that last 50 for Lexine, and 38.93. Well, the gap just closed a little bit here. That might just give Fern a little bit hope. Third place, Ellen McDonald, and in fourth place, Safina Machin. There's roughly about 4-second gap between third and fourth.
So still looking to come in at around 19 minutes and 10 or thereabouts for our leader. I mean, her entry time was 19.23, so that would be a good result.
Yep.
Just the one swimmer, in fact, Safina Machin from City of Glasgow entered on a time with a 1 at the end. So that won't be a converted time, but the rest of them are almost certainly converted times, just because of the lack of opportunity to practice.
Yeah, Lexine McCappin, 16-year-old, Fern, 15-year-old. So different ages here. We do have a few 15-year-olds to come in the next two heats.
Lexine, we see breathing to her right all the time, so she gets the benefit of being able to see Fern when she's swimming towards the start end. As she's swimming towards the turn end, she's getting her teammates cheering along for her on the far side, so it's probably quite a nice boost that she gets on both sides.
Yeah, both are virtually swimming and breathing every second stroke. Advantage around 4 seconds. Well, Fern's going to win this. She's got to find something special down the last 200 metres.
Yes, the pace has dropped just a little bit out to a 1:19, 100, but I think that both girls are finding this very tiring towards the end of the race. They've worked really hard, but I fancy that gap is dropping just a little bit. 4 seconds it was at the last turn.
It's got to be round about 3. Well, it's just a smidgen over 3. Fern's really got to work very, very hard down this stretch to try and get close to give herself half a chance, but I think it's a big ask now.
It is, because they're going to hear the bell this time. It's just 100 metres to go, and 3 seconds is quite a lot to make up over a final 100. Lexine, although she's not struggling, she's working really well still, even into this final 100.
Well, she's picked up that little bit extra on that last 50. And just almost guaranteeing to take this heat. As you say, Lynn, entry time of 19:23, so she'll improve on that. Fern well clear in second. Third place, Ellen McDonald is well clear of Safina Machin. He's about 5 seconds further back in fourth place. As you can see from the caption, those two girls well clear of the third and fourth swimmers. A strong finish by both girls. Legs getting to work now, Lynn.
You can see, Lexine's legs started working with 500 metres to go. She's tried to keep that up, but she's really, really given it a good hard kick as she comes in towards the finish. So it just goes to show that she's paced it well. She's not completely shattered, and she's done a really good job here in taking this first heat. 19:10.17, Lexine McCappin from first. Takes our first heat. 19:14.62, Fern Gray. And they're just coming through in third, Ellen McDonald. Ellen from Giri in 19:31.53.
So 3 different ages there. Lexine McCappin, a 16-year-old, Fern Gray 15, and Ellen McDonald 17, swimming 17-18-year-old category. So those are the fastest times at the moment, with 2 more heats to come.
Just thanking their lucky stars that they haven't got to do a final tomorrow.
Just looking at what's ahead, there are 5 more 15-year-olds. So you'd certainly expect the medalists to come from one of those 2 heats. And just 3 16-year-olds in the last 2 heats, Lynn. So 19:10 or faster will guarantee any of those 16-year-olds a medal. So that's a nice feeling to go into the last couple of heats, knowing that's what you've got to aim to achieve.
Yeah, and the presentations for those medals will be this morning, and we are actually going to do presentations, which is nice, because that's something else that has not been happening. So it'll be good to see some people up on the podium getting presented with some medals by some high Hegian.
Yeah, yeah. It won't be us though.
We're not high enough Hegians.
So our second of 1500s underway. In lane 0, we have Georgia Dickey from Dumfries. 1, Victoria Niven, City of Glasgow. 2, Orla McInnes, Heart of Midlothian. 3, Grace Campbell, Portobello. 4, Nuala Gow from Geary. 5, Rebecca Ogier, South Lanarkshire. 6, Caris Moody, City of Glasgow. 7, Anna Williamson, City of Glasgow. 8, Jessica Heaps from Faulthouse Penguins. And 9, Lucy Atherton, Heart of Midlothian. 105.19, Jessica Heaps. Caris Mooney, and over in lane 1, Victoria Niven. Lots of blue caps in this one.
Yes, lots of different teams. I was just looking at Nuala Gow there. I recognise her from the British Championships again. This is quite a long way for Nuala. 400 IM, 200 IM, 200, 100 breaststroke, much more her thing, although again another very versatile swimmer. But you see a lot of these swimmers are still swimming a full range of events. And Jessica Heaps, of course, not always seen doing the 1500. She's more your area. What does Jessica specialise in?
I would have to pass that over to Duncan, because I don't see much of the East District swimmers. It's more West District, Lynn.
She's certainly a name that I recognise from lots of previous age groups.
She's always been pretty prominent in the East District, there or thereabouts.
And looking pretty comfortable into...
She is indeed.
made a bit of a lead of herself, about 5 metres or so over that first 150, and into towards this 200 metres. So, I mean, still a long way to go, but we can see the rest of the field are much closer than we saw with the previous heat. The entry times reflect that. Perhaps the experience of the swimmers reflects that. They're more likely to come close to their entry times.
Some of these swimmers are accustomed to doing 8 and 1500 metre swims, so whilst they haven't done it much in the past, you know, Victoria Niven, who's in second place, certainly Victoria has been doing a fair bit of distance work. That's also true of Rebecca Augier, who I think's in lane 5 at the moment, South Lanarkshire swimmer. But that goes without saying, having her club as East Kilbride.
I didn't like to say. And between them, is that Grace Campbell?
Yeah, Grace Campbell.
So, I mean, Grace, 18.
Yeah.
We've got South Lanarkshire swimmer there in lane 5, Rebecca Augier, so another 18-year-old swimmer.
Yeah.
But our leader in the 16-year age group. And holding her lead rather than extending it.
Yes, indeed. That last 100 around about 73 seconds. And she's still pacing very, very similar. Still, as you were, with second place Victoria Niven, Grace Campbell.
So while we move into the middle of this race, shall I do the rest of the finalists?
Indeed, that would be helpful then. 4:45.04.
So the finalists then for the 15-year-old boys 200 metres breaststroke are Everton Davidson, Perth City, Connor Mitchell, Warren de Baths, Jack Kelso, Tynemouth, Rogers Cringelis from North Lanarkshire Swim Team, Thomas Traynor, South Lanarkshire, Logan van der Meulen, Stirling Swim, Kai Connolly, City of Glasgow, Luke Garrity, Inverclyde, Greg Hall, Aberdeen Performance, Lewis Brander, Montefieth, and 2 reserves, Adam Hill and Phil Bannerman from Perth City. In the 16-year age group, Jake Holmes, City of Glasgow, Adam Scott, City of Glasgow, Max Pelosi, City of Glasgow, Lewis Gray, Inverclyde, Findlay Davis, Midlothian, Fraser Tetlow from Geary, Guy Pelosi, City of Glasgow, Jack Mitchell, Aberdeen Performance, Ben McLaughlin, Geary, and Luke Hornsey from East Lothian. 2 reserves again, Cameron Mitchell, St Thomas, and Jake Gibson from Brough. In the 7 to 18-year age group, the finalists are Andrew Bertoli from City of Glasgow, Emil Murawski from Warren de Baths Club, Matthew Garrity, Inverclyde, Sam Harrison, Perth City, Mika van Blurk from Warren de Baths Club, Robert Burgess, City of Glasgow, Archie Dixon, City of Glasgow, Robson Miles, City of Glasgow, John Taylor, Aberdeen Performance, and Angus Young from Heart of Midlothian. And the 2 reserves for that final are Andrew Mackenzie, Stirling Swim, and Guy Semple, Warren de Baths. So the swimmers have half an hour. I don't know when the announcement took place, but in theory they have half an hour from the announcement to make their withdrawals known, because that gives the swimmers that are reserves the chance to prepare mentally and physically for finals. So they need to get in quite quickly if they're not intending to swim. Shall I carry on?
Yes, please, Lynn. I think we're into the 50s that we had earlier on. Still Jessica Heaps well clear at the moment, and Grace Campbell, Victoria Niven very close, second and third.
Do you think that they're closing?
It looks that way. Certainly the Portobello swimmer in lane 3 looks as though she's virtually upsides Victoria Niven now. Certainly a lot tighter than it was at 600 now.
Yeah, so that middle 500 is a make or break time, really. It may well be that that's her race plan, is to go hard on that middle 500. So anyway, the finalists for the girls 50 breaststroke in the 15-year age group: Kirsty Neal, Bishop Stortford, Charlotte Hardy, South Ayrshire, Amy Robertson, South Ayrshire, My Rogers, Warrington Baths Club, Lucy Nimmo, North Lanarkshire Swim Team, Perry Scobie from Stirling Swim, Amy Owenson Best, Bronwyn Payne Best, Katie Coventry Tynemouth, and Sophie Maguire from Guildford City. Reserves for that final are Neve Kay from Darlington and Freya Howie from Tiger Sharks. In the 16-year age group, finalists Lucy Stoves, Dundee City Aquatics, Chloe Brown, Bath University, Ailey Stewart, Warrington Baths Club, Amy McLeod, City of Glasgow, Ailey Armstrong, East Lothian, Leah Bullock from South Lanarkshire, and Katie Caldwell, Kirkintilloch, Sarah McNaughton, Warrington Baths Club, Alyssa Goodbrand, Eithin, Amelia Ray, Wren 96, Isla MacDonald, Highland, and Ella Chalmers from Eithin. Ooh. Now that's an interesting one.
Do we have a swim-off, possibly?
We may have a swim-off. We haven't been told about another swim-off, but actually Amelia Ray and Isla MacDonald have come in there on the same time. So let's wait and see what happens with that. In the 17-18-year age group, Amy Watson from Inverclyde, Yasmin Ali, Warrington Baths, Kira Davidson, City of Glasgow, Catriona Stewart, Western Bartonshire, Fern Crichton from Perth City, Sophie Hoole, Warrington Baths, Naomi Maguire, City of Leicester, Kira Sterica, South Ayrshire, Amelia Mardell, Ulverston, and Nuala Gow from Geary, and the reserves for that final are Freya Masson and Thran Rada McGregor. So possibly a swim-off then in the 16-year age group. We'll
and
have to find out
what
there.
time did we have on that one, Lynn, so that if there is one?
Well, Amelia Ray and Isla MacDonald, they came in on 36-36 together. So Ella Chalmers, we're fairly confident, will be a reserve from Eithin.
Yep.
But we'll just have to wait and see about that. It doesn't have to be decided by a swim-off, as you know,
No,
Robert. You can
they
toss a
may
coin.
decide. They may decide. No, I don't want to take part. I'll be happy to be first reserve.
Yeah, I saw in one of the, I think it was one of the NCAA swim-offs, they actually did rock, paper, scissors to decide who was going to go through, which I thought was great. So, very sensible approach to take. So, in the, do we have time to move on?
I think we've certainly got time. We've got a change of leader. It's the Portobello swimmer Grace Campbell, who's pulled clear of Victoria Niven. Jessica Heaps dropping back to third place. And, at the moment, Portobello swimmer is going very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, so working hard in that middle 500. Yeah, looking very strong. So, yeah, so I mean, looking to come in at about the same time as we saw in the previous heat, there around 19:10 or thereabouts.
Grace Campbell is in the older age category, 17-18, as is Rebecca Ogier, who's a fair way back and forth, but I still expect Rebecca in the second half of the race to finish that little bit faster perhaps than Jessica Heaps and maybe even Victoria Niven. Still got a long way to make up on the leader. They're going very nicely indeed.
Yeah, so 600 metres to go or so. So as you say, there's a lot of swimming still to be done. I'll give everybody the finalists of the 50 metres butterfly. So this is for the boys. In the 15-year age group, finalists Finlay Nelson, Dumfries, Evan Davidson, Perth City, Adam Scott, Wren 96, Zach Slater, East Lothian, Torin Liversedge, South Aberdeenshire, Cameron Gill from First, James Burnett, Warrington Baths Club, Callum Sinclair, West Lothian, Lucas Johnson, Aberdeen Performance, and Edward Bell from Seagulls. Ben King from Mulgine Bearsden and Fraser McLaughlin from Elgin are the reserves for that final. In the 16-year age group, the finalists Stefan Kravich, East Lothian, Ben Kelly, Warrington Baths, Lucas Brown, Elgin, Kieran Lennox, Aberdeen Performance, Murray Dixon, Stirling Swim, Magnus Bullow from Shetland, Jake Gibson, Brock, Cedar Gulan from Warrington Baths Club, Scott Fleming, South Lanarkshire, and Lewis Gray, Inverclyde. And they may decide to do a swim-off for this one, for the first reserve. We'll have to see how that goes, because we've got two swimmers that are the reserves are coming in on the same time, 27.88, and that's Fergus Woodward and Lewis Austin from Portobello and Highland. The technical officials do sometimes like to be ready in case there is a late withdrawal in the final session in the evening, so they may well decide to do a swim off for that one as well. We'll have to see. In the 17-18 year age group, the finalists Tom Robertson, Aberdeen Dolphins, Rory McKinnon, City of Glasgow, and then 4 swimmers from Warren de Bath, Brodie Gordon Gibson, Finn Bremner, Callum Rose, Alex Thompson. Then Finley Club, Aberdeen Dolphins, Cameron Creaney, North Lanarkshire Swim Team, William Storer, South Aberdeenshire, Conrad Slesser from Aberdeen Performance, and 2 reserves, Murray Pritchard, Perth City, and Archie Dixon, City of Glasgow. So that's it for our finals for this evening.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for that.
So possibly another couple of swim-offs.
There could be another couple of swim-offs. As Lynn says, we haven't been told about that yet. And third place is up for grabs here now. As I did say, I do expect Rebecca Ogier to finish the second half of the race a bit stronger in the first half. Grace Campbell has got virtually 6.5 plus seconds advantage now, and I can't see her being caught. Victoria Niven in second place. It's about a second between Jessica Heaps, our early leader, and Rebecca Ogier, who's now, I think, just gone past her into third place. It's probably the best part of 10 metres clear at the moment, Lynn.
Yes, so she won the Lothian Districts in this event. So they've done a really good job putting on these distance events to give the swimmers the opportunity to qualify for it. But so she won the Lothian Districts. I assume that was an age group rather than an open event?
I would assume so. That I think that was held at Preston Pans.
Right.
Back end of February.
So good that they've had the opportunity. And it's held her in good store because she's looking pretty good.
Victoria Niven still comfortably second. Rebecca Ogier in third place. And it's not out with the realms of Rebecca Ogier maybe getting into second place here. Grace Campbell 37.12 for that last 50. We'll just have a look at the splits for the 50s for Victoria, 38.13. And Rebecca 37.21. So a second roughly made up on that last 50 from Rebecca. Well, 200 metres to go. Certainly no problem for Grace Campbell winning this one. Second place, Victoria Niven, 16.05.59. Rebecca Ogier now turning 16.09.59, so exactly 4 seconds. So she's got to find 4 seconds in 200 metres to try and get into second place. That's quite a demanding ask.
So we're looking at a finishing time of within 18.5 minutes this time. So the pace has definitely picked up, and looking very strong out in front there.
So 150 to go for Victoria and Rebecca. And that gap is down to 2.5 seconds. Well, Rebecca Ogier is certainly putting a determined sprint. If she can get it within about a second and a half with 100 to go, there is a slim chance she might get second, but no doubt about who's going to take this to bell for Grace Campbell. Turning in 17.11. So maybe about 18.25 finish. Victoria Niven still looks good for second. 17.20.39, 17.24.96. Yeah, Victoria just saving that little bit finishing much the stronger of the two in second place. Grace Campbell well clear now, Lynn, with final 50 to come.
So the rest of the swimmers hearing the bells as they approach their final turn, as our leader has just got 25 metres to go. That is going to be inside 18 and a half minutes, maybe near 18:20.
I thought about 18:25, just inside 18:25.
Yeah.
And she's had plenty left in the tank, finishing a 35 and a half, 18:23, 33. Victoria Niven finishes second on 18:34.11, and Rebecca Auger takes third one in 18:36.70. Jessica Heaps in fourth. So Georgia Dickey, the 15-year-old, 18:57.35. That's the fastest time. Orla McInnes, another 15-year-old, 19:09.89. That gives her second place. And just the one swimmer to finish. That's Lucy Atherton, the other 15-year-old. And her time 19:35, so that's a little bit slower than 19:14 earlier on from Fern Gray, who at the moment is in bronze medal position in the 15-year-old category.
I'm glad you're keeping a track of this, Robert.
I try, yeah, I do my best, but Victoria Niven, 18:34.11 is the fastest 6-year-old time. So this will be quite an interesting one with Holly McGill, who doesn't do a lot of, maybe hasn't done a lot of 1500s, or we haven't seen Holly McGill do too many 1500s against someone who's very good at 1500s.
Well, we did see Holly in the 200 backstroke earlier, and our her coach did very kindly send us a message to say that she was going easy, and it'd be interesting to see how, as you say, how she gets on with her 1500 here.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Phil. Always nice to get those comments through and help us while we're doing the commentary.
Especially during the 1500s.
Especially during the 1500s, yes. So on to our last heat. In lane 0, a lot of swimmers who've had at least a couple of swims. Susie Mcnair from first. In 1, Stella McCarthy, City of Glasgow. It's gone out pretty well. In 2, we don't have swimmer. Swimmer in that lane has already had a swim, so maybe decided one swim too much for this morning. In lane 3, we have Natasha Simpson, Warner Baths. 4, aforementioned Holly McGill, Harta Midlothian. 5, the distance specialist in this one, Catherine Bailey from Perth City. 6, Mary Craig, another one who will relish the distance from Stirling Swim. Jory Horn goes in 7 from City Glasgow. 8, Tegan Black, East Lothian. And in 9, Catherine Bodie from Geary. Another one who should enjoy distance swimming, Catherine.
Enjoy?
Well, I always think 1500s is an enjoyable event for the swimmers. You get into a nice rhythm. You pay the same fee as you do for a 50 as you do for a 1500, so you get your money's worth.
You do get a lot of value for money, don't you?
You do. And certainly Catherine Bailey going off nice and steadily, 2:13.47. Mary Craig from Stirling Swim, 2:17.19. Stella McCarty, 2:17.75.
Holly Begill there, turning 2:19.39. That's pretty much what she did in her 200 backstroke, was it?
It was, yeah. She was just a little bit faster on her front than on her back. Yeah, about 3 seconds.
Oh yeah, just 1,300
taking it
metres more
nice,
to go.
but there again, she was very steady on the backstroke. She wasn't trying.
Yeah.
She might be trying in this one. But Phil will keep us posted, I'm sure, won't you, Phil?
I'm sure he will. So having kept up to date with your splits here, we have got a special magic machine here that tells us who it is that we're looking for. The 15-year current leader is Caris Mooney on 18:48. 16-year-old current leader Victoria Niven, 18:34, and in the 17-18-year age group is Grace Campbell, 18:23. So those are the target times for their gold medal.
Yep. But bear in mind that 5 of these swimmers are all under 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Although all of them in the 17-18-year-old category.
So Holly, Catherine and Natasha all on the Scottish junior team. Not perhaps, well, Catherine obviously in this event. Not Holly and Natasha, not by virtue of their 1,500 metre performances.
Yeah. At the moment, Tegan Black is in 4th place. She's one of 2 15-year-olds in this one. Whether she's got more in the tank than swimmer over in lane 0, Susie Mcnair, who, as I say, will come through strongly in the second half. So if she's within striking distance of Tegan, my money will certainly be on Susie Mcnair to finish top 15-year-old. But we'll see how that one develops as the race goes on. But Catherine Bailey looks pretty comfortable in this, doesn't she?
How do you feel about the 1,500 metres for the ladies, Albert?
I think that the girls should always be doing 1,500 metres.
It was a bit of an anomaly, really, wasn't it, with the 800? I mean, I know, obviously, for the Commonwealth Games, we still have just the 800 for the ladies and the 1,500 for the gents. But in these days where we're looking at equality and parity and things like that, I think that it was a bit of a surprise for me, actually, that they that the IOC put in the 800 and the 15 for the Olympic Games. I thought they might drop the 800 and just have 1,500. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, it's one of these ones. You do 200. A 400 is a sort of in between a 2 and an 8. You know, it's the 400 is a difficult race to race. In the same context, you know, 800 sometimes that's the limit for a lot of swimmers.
Yeah.
I personally think that you know, if you enjoy doing distance swimming, some of the swimmers, you know, as we've seen earlier on, Scott Fleming, who got into that 50 freestyle final in 9th place. He would be a swimmer who would enjoy, well, I don't know whether enjoy doing sprints is what Scott wants to do, but you know, he'll want to do sprints and be able to mix it up. But I think from the girls and the boys' point of view, I think if you're a distance swimmer or you enjoy doing more on distance, the opportunity to have both 8 and 1,500, I think, is something to be added in there.
And I love watching 1,500s and 800s. I think as the race unfolds, I mean, there doesn't even need to be a battle. It can be so tactical.
It's something. Sometimes it's not the time; it's the actual tactics of the race, and you can get some fantastic final couple 100 metre finishes in both an 8 and 1,500, especially.
So Catherine's her entry time 17:30. We're just looking at the sums. She could come inside that time here if she carries on going at the pace that she's going at now.
Yeah, again, she's having to do it on her own at the front. She's not got anyone there upsides her. Holly McGill has a similar entry time to Catherine, but Holly maybe just deciding, you know, let's have a bash and see how we get on. she's got a lot to make up on the leader at this early stage. Holly McGill just in 6th place. Tegan Black still going well in 4th. But 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all pretty close. 2nd and 3rd, not much between Mary Craig and Stella McCarty. And you can see how far clear Catherine Bailey is at this early stage. We've barely gone 700 metres. Just over 8 minutes. Pacing just a little bit over 70 seconds. Mary Craig, I think, holds 2nd place from Stella McCarty. In fact, it's Natasha, I beg your pardon, Natasha Simpson is in lane 3, and 3rd place Stella McCarty over in lane 1. She's in 5th place, just behind Tegan Black, Holly McGill and Susie Mcnair, 6th and 7th. Jory Horn and Catherine Bodie, 8th and 9th. 8:36.69 at halfway.
So I was just having a quick look there. Catherine Bailey's best long course time is actually from the Dave McCulloch meet earlier on this year, 17:35.43. So that, I imagine, is her,
she's pacing well inside that. She may die a little bit in the last couple of hundred, perhaps, if she's not one.
Well, let's hope she doesn't.
Not one, no one to go with. It's where it will begin to hurt for her, but she's still going very strongly. (9:12.30) at 800. She's got best part of 11.5 seconds advantage over Mary Craig. Natasha Simpson about 3 seconds further back.
So Catherine's pace dropped just a little bit over that last 100. I mean, it's still not dropped very much, but she's just pacing on just outside 110, and it was always just inside throughout these previous 100s.
That was a fast 50, 34.85. We'll see how the next 50 goes. Mary Craig 35.09 and Natasha Simpson 36.06. So it certainly looks like Mary Craig is pulling away in 2nd place, and that may well be the 1, 2, 3 from the 17-18-year-old category for medalist here, Lynn.
Yeah, I was just looking to see what happened in previous years. I mean, the 18-year-old age group record actually belongs to Hannah Miley. So it's from quite some time ago, in a time of shiny suits, although Hannah was not really one for wearing shiny suits. I think we'll talk about shiny suits and technical suits perhaps a bit later on this afternoon. I know that Scottish Swimming are launching a campaign to let swimmers know and parents know about the new rules that there will be for technical suits from the 1st of September. But Hannah's record way out there, 16:28.06. But of course, she was a pretty special swimmer.
Yes, indeed.
So, and Catherine looking really strong in the water now. Stroke nice and long. It's actually looked fairly consistent throughout, hasn't it?
Tegan Black in 4th place is going really well. I know she's not in your caption at the moment, but she's been in 4th place throughout.
15-year-old swimmer, so she's the only 15-year-old in this final. Oh no, she isn't. Susie Mcnair too.
Yeah.
Time to beat for them, 18:48.82.
At the moment, Tegan has 5 seconds plus on Susie Mcnair. It's a fair bit to make up in the latter stages. And, you can see there in lane 8 going up the way. Still going pretty well. 2nd place, Mary Craig has 4.5 seconds or so advantage over Natasha Simpson.
And they feel very spread out now. I mean, there's more than a length, nearly 2 lengths between first and last in the pool. I mean, last in the pool is still an achievement, but There's a big gap there.
There you have the 4th place swimmer. Over the far side, Susie Mcnair and Stella McCarthy almost together in 5th and 6th.
So Perth City back in their home pool, and the local council have just put through an agreement to replace it.
Oh, excellent.
Well, it was closed, wasn't it, for quite a long
Yep.
time due to the flooding, and so anyway, it is due to be replaced. We don't have an opening date for that, so I hope that there's not going to be any closure in Perth while that's built, because it will be on the same site.
Right.
But I don't think they're going to demolish and then rebuild. Hopefully not, especially at a time when Dundee City Aquatics don't have a home pool at the moment. So, but that's something exciting for the future for Perth City. Don't know anything about the format of the pool or anything like that, but
Do you know if it's going to be a 6 or an 8 lane pool?
I don't.
It'd be great if it was an 8 lane pool.
It would be a real asset. I mean, to the whole portfolio of pools that we've got around the country.
Yeah.
We're missing some competition pools. I think we need more competition pools around Scotland.
Yes, because I think the Midlands District are using a variety of pools at the moment for their championships, and obviously the fact they came up to Aberdeen to join in with the North was great, you know, from a competition point of view for both Midlands and for the North, and gives them also a chance to swim in a 50-metre pool as well.
Yeah, against people that are different as well. You know, we tend to work, a lot of the competitions that we have are within our own districts. I know that Midland District have been using Montrose since Olympia shut, which is fine. It's a lovely pool, but it has only got 6 lanes. It's not geared up towards spectating. It's not the same kind of experience for the swimmers to prepare them for meets like this.
Not sure if they're also using the pool in Arbroath.
Yeah.
I know that you also use the facility at Forfar.
Yeah, I think they've been using Forfar and Forfar. See, that's my Englishness, isn't it? Forfar and Montrose. There are some issues with the pool in Arbroath. It's a great pool, but you can't walk up and down the side because, and we have a pool like that in the north as well in Peterhead, where it's got like extra side bits on. Which makes it very difficult to do stroke judging and things like that.
Yep. Catherine Bailey coming down, I think with 200 to go, or 200 to go. Well, 17:25-ish is certainly on. Do you think that's about right?
The calculator says that as well.
Okay. Computer says yes, and Tegan Black, I think he's going to finish our top 15-year-old from lane number 8. Susie Mcnair, I think, will finish in 2nd place in that age group. This has been a very, very dominant swim from Catherine Bailey. She's already gone past Catherine Bodie, which is no mean feat in itself.
No, I mean, obviously 1,500 metres is a very long way, but to go past in that way is pretty special.
So the bell will be ringing very shortly as the swimmer gets into that red zone. That's when the bell goes. Well, maybe 17:25 will be a big ask, but if she can get those legs going.
I say 17:35, the best time that I can find for her. And that was only earlier on this year, so made some step improvement since then. The Scottish Swimming took a team to the Dave McCullum meet over in Bangor, I think it is. And that was the junior team. Catherine a part of that and doing very well.
34.62. Well, yeah, she'd probably come a smidgen inside 17:25. She just find a 34.08. Second place is certainly going to be Mary Craig, and third place Natasha Simpson. Tegan Black well clear in first place in that younger age group, 15-year-olds, but Catherine Bailey comes in. Oh, it's just outside 17:25. It looked faster than that at the end. It's maybe she just spent force that last 5 metres.
I suspect she timed it very well and just had nothing left at the end, which is where you'd want to be, really, isn't it? She wasn't racing anybody, she was only racing herself. And 17:27, that's 8 seconds in time what she's been before. Yeah, really good.
Here comes Tegan Black. So Catherine Bailey, Mary Craig, Natasha Simpson, that should be the 1, 2, 3 in the older age group. Tegan Black going to finish
wow!
Top. Yeah.
Great finish there.
Less than half a second between 5th, 6th and 7th. Stella McCarthy, 18:05.98. Now, if I've done my sums correctly, Lynn, that will be top in the 16-year-old category. Susie Mcnair will be second in the 15-year-old category. Holly McGill will be fourth, I think, overall in the older age group. And Jory Horn maybe fifth overall.
Yeah, Stella the only 16-year-old swimming in this heat.
Which would mean that I think Victoria Niven will be second and Jessica Heaps third in the 60-year-olds.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see somebody alongside Catherine Bailey in that way, giving her a race and perhaps edging her a bit closer towards that 17:25. Nonetheless, great swim.
No news on a swim-off yet?
Not heard a thing.
Never mind, we still get a little bit of excitement ahead of us with some relays. We have a 17-year-old 4x200 metre freestyle relay for the boys, just the one heat. And then we have 2 heats of boys 14 to 16 4x200 metre freestyle relay. So there we have the overall order. Once that's all been concluded, we might be able to give you the confirmed medalists for the various age groups. Just have to hope the computer says yes very shortly, Ellen.
Yes, and the marshalling area looking very busy with all those relay teams.
Yeah. And no swimmers appearing on either side. Oh, in fact, down the bottom end, we've got 2 young ladies who may be swimming for a place in the final, 36-36. Just confirm that in a wee moment. That's the 50 breaststroke.
But they haven't told us yet.
They haven't told us yet, but we'll look down to the far side, which you'll not be able to see from your screen. But on the board, if there is going to be a swim-off, we'll be able to confirm that in just a wee moment. It certainly looks as though there's going to be a swim-off for event 107. Or was it 105? 105. Amelia Ray, round 96. Isla McDonald from the Highland Swim Team. It should be Isla in the blue cap in 4, Amelia in that distinct red 96 black cap in lane 5. So this is the winner gets into the final. Pretty level start in this one. Isla maybe just edging forward.
Yeah, this is quite a short event for Isla. We
yeah.
see her swimming hundreds and 200s much more. Obviously I'll see her in the north, but it does look like she's coming through as we come in towards the finish. Definitely going to touch first there. A bit of a glide, but splendid. 35.83. So 36.38, 35.83 would have seen her finish in 8th place without the need for a swim off. I think we have got another one. We did wonder if there might be one.
We did indeed. This is the boys' butterfly. Both those swimmers, as you said, Lynn, 27.88. This is to finish first reserve, I think you indicated.
Yeah, I think this one is for first reserve. Swimmers finish together, but it just means that if somebody does withdraw, there's no messing around.
Indeed.
Trying to work out who should go in with rock, paper, scissors or anything.
Fergus Woodward from Portobello and Lewis Austin from Highland Swim Team.
So 27.88, Fergus and Lewis swam in the heats.
So we'll find out which lane Fergus is in and which one Lewis is in. Lewis is in 4 and Fergus is in 5. Over to you, Lynn. You'll know more about Lewis than I do.
So really strong, powerful underwater work there from the swimmer in lane 5. It's Fergus Woodward. And the Portobello captain, a big P. And I think he's just, well, it's very close indeed. Just out in front, just coming in towards the finish there is going to be Fergus. So Fergus, 27.64, 27.89. It was there for Lewis Austin in the end, and I say that's for first reserve. So they'll be hoping that somebody pulls out from that final and they get the chance to swim again this evening. 27.64 would have obtained 7th place for Fergus.
But he's there.
He's there now.
He's got a spot.
Well, he hasn't.
Well, he might have a spot.
He might have a
spot.
spot.
Have a spot.
He might have a spot.
I think we're going to have to get back that warm up this afternoon by about 10 minutes. We're not going to be finished in time.
So 3 swim-offs might mean that we start just a fraction later for our afternoon session.
We'll start 10 minutes later for the afternoon
So,
session. So
we're
we're going into the water for warm-up at 5 to 1 and we'll start at 5 to 2.
So instead of starting our session at 1:45, our afternoon session will get underway at 5 minutes to 2. So you'd normally join us around about 20 to 2, so it's likely our live stream will start round about 10 to 2. So just make you aware, everyone who are joining us at the moment. So this line is our boys 17 over 4x200 freestyle relay. Stirling in 2, University of Aberdeen in 3, City of Glasgow in 4, Warner Baths 5, City of Glasgow's B team in 6, and North Lanarkshire in lane 7.
Yeah, so this is the swimmers. Well, we haven't actually been told that much about the British Summer Championships this year,
No.
but this would be the normal time when the swimmers would qualify for those championships, and it's 17 and over, whereas the snags is 17-18, the top age group. We will see swimmers, and in fact we do see swimmers in this heat here that are over 18 years old, in order to give the teams the best chance of qualifying for the British Summer Championships, because that's against all of the teams in the whole of Great Britain. So we need to be giving our swimmers the best chance to qualify. And it's the City of Glasgow swim team through touching there in first. It's Rory McKinnon in the water. So Rory perhaps more of a 100 freestyler, but his 200 is strong as well.
He's pretty strong over 200. 100 probably a little bit better than the 200.
Closest to him, Brodie Gordon-Gibson from Warrington Baths Club. Both these swimmers have been in the water already. Rory will be handed on to Michael Flynn. He's 19, so he won't have been in this event already. Oh, not in this event, in this meet already. Glasgow B team coming through well there. That's Robert Burgess. We've spoken about him already, haven't we? He swam the 200 breaststroke and the 100 metres backstroke.
Obviously, they're just swimming it more for a time because their second swimmer, Mark Elric, is 23. But it gives all these lads a chance to swim in a relay.
Well, no, because they're competing for
17,
places in the British
pardon,
Championships. Yeah, I mean, they don't score. If they've got swimmers that are over 18, they don't score any points for the team championships, which is very important to these swimmers and the clubs that are in, you know, out in front, the larger teams. So Warren de Bars Club, South Lanarkshire, City of Glasgow, University of Aberdeen Performance. You don't score any points if you've got swimmers over the age of 18. But still a lot to play for, because they'll be wanting to be down in Sheffield at the British Summer Championships. I think it's the 23rd of July or something like that it starts. And I hear it might even go on to 7 days. 7 days.
Wow.
So lots to compete for. And this is Michael Flynn in the water now for City of Glasgow.
It's got a useful person to hand over to in Mark Ford after this.
Yep, Alex Tomlinson in the water for Warren de Bars Club. So all the Warrender swimmers are 18 and under, so they potentially scoring points. City of Glasgow B team, Mike Elric, as you say, he'll be handing on to Angus Johnston. Mika van Blerk taking over from Warren de Bars Club, but it's pretty close between those two. The City of Glasgow A team are out in front, and as you say, handing over to Mark Ford, pretty useful.
Aberdeen Performance just a little bit further back in 4th place. That's Matthew Brown. He'll hand over to Conor Massey, who'll be quite pleased to get back into this pool. Another swimmer, the next City Glasgow swimmer now based up at Aberdeen, studying up there. And Michael Flynn will hand over to Mark Ford. Warner in 2nd place, Mika van Blerk. Angus Johnston, City Glasgow B team. Conor Massey, Aberdeen Performance. Stuart McFarlane from Stirling Swim will go in 5th place. And Cameron Keaney from North Lanarkshire in 6th.
So Glasgow lead now, almost 25 metres, about half a length. And their entry time much faster, 20 seconds faster than the closest to them, Warren de Bars Club.
Of course, it's not just winning, it's trying to post as fast a time as you can, because I think it's the top 20 clubs or top 20 teams that qualify for the British.
It might even be the top 30. It used to be that they haven't really given us the conditions for later on in the year. We used to be 20 for the 4x2 and then 30 for the others, but I think it's 30 all round now. But they'll be competing against, you know, a lot of the City of clubs down in England and the universities if they are choosing to compete. So we want to post a time as fast as possible, and I don't think any of the English regions have had their competition yet. We tend to be quite quiet during May because of exams for those swimmers that are in the senior years at school. But in England, their exams aren't until much later, so they are quite happy to have their regionals just that little bit later inside the British swimming window.
So Mark Ford will hand over to Andrew Bertoli.
And Warren de Bars Club and the City of Glasgow B team are having a real ding-dong, aren't they?
Yeah.
Real ding-dong. Finn Bremner going in now for Warren de Bars Club and Archie Dixon for the City of Glasgow B team.
Well, you can't see that excitement because of the distance that City of Glasgow are ahead. You might see a little bit now. It's certainly a race on there for 2nd place, Lynn.
Yeah, and John Taylor for the University of Aberdeen, he's a strong
Yeah.
swimmer, although perhaps 200 a little bit short for him. But we'll certainly see him swimming strongly towards the end. It's perhaps a bit of a surprise that there are so few teams entered.
Yeah.
I think during the COVID pandemic closures and we did lose some of our swimmers without a doubt, but because none of these swimmers that are in the water now, or very, very few of them, would have been able to train during the time
Yes.
that we were locked down. That was more the senior performance swimmers that were looking for places on national senior teams.
Yeah.
But I think these clubs have done really well to retain so many of their swimmers and to be competitive at this stage for the 17 and over age groups.
Yeah, most of these swimmers were effectively 14, 15 when we went into lockdown. And we have had an awful lot of them who never got really back into the pool and dropped out. So that's understandable why we've only got 6 teams.
Yeah, I think swimming clubs and swimming teams are going to need a lot of support over the forthcoming time. It's not just now. So 7:48.68 for City of Glasgow. That's a little bit down on their entry time, but they were doing it on their own. Hopefully that will be enough. I'm sure that will be enough to take them through to the British Summer Championships.
London second place, and City Glasgow B team in third.
All subject to the confirmation of
Yes.
the referee.
Yeah, the main thing is to take over, Lynn, as long as you get that correct. That's where we usually get disqualifications.
Yeah, there's not much you can do wrong in a freestyle race, really, other than going past the 15 metres. And in a 200, you're not perhaps so likely to do that. You're more likely to see that on a backstroke.
In fact, there was a disqualification. The City Glasgow B team. Maybe just that wee bit pressure between them and Warner Bass to try and outdo them for second place.
I'm sure they'll find out what it was.
They will.
No, that's a shame.
So we have 2 heats for the 14 to 16-year-old boys. So that mixture of A, B and C teams in this one. We have North Lanarkshire in lane 0, North Ayrshire in 1. City Glasgow's B team going 2, Ren 96 in 3, in 4 West Lothian, 5 Dumfries, 6 Carnegie, 7 Stirling Swim, 8 Iskin Ross, and 9 the Aberdeen Performance C team. Wonderful to see Kinross with a team taking part in this very, very small club, just in the Midlands district and no more. Good to see that.
Yeah, so just having spoken about how difficult it has been to retain swimmers, we've got a small club that's got a good group of young men, 15, 16-year age group, and competing in Scottish National age
Great,
groups.
fantastic.
Good for them. Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
And in the 4x2, no less.
And it's 4x2. Yeah. Fastest time is almost an 8:50 swim West Lothian in lane 4.
And that was a great start from Ewan Jones. Really powerful off the block. Fast first 10 metres or so.
So 4 almost turning together. Stirling, Dumfries, Kinross, West Lothian separated by less than a quarter of a second, just over a quarter of a second.
So Rhys Edwards in the water for Dumfries, so he's just 14. So the 14-year-olds aren't swimming until this afternoon. But because we have to follow the age groupings that British Swimming have, we also see 14-year-olds swimming here in the morning session. So that's a really long day for them.
Yeah.
And he's swimming very well. Oh, goodness me, I couldn't separate those, could you? That's half a second separating the first. Well,
First 4 virtually half a second, as you say, Lynn.
yeah.
Just 2 or 3 clubs out with the washing at the moment.
Dumfries just pushing on there. Rhys Edwards.
Yeah.
So we look forward to seeing him this afternoon. I wonder if he's doing. I wonder what he's doing.
Well, I
There's
wouldn't
no
know.
freestyle this afternoon, is there? So it's just
Yeah.
100 back and
100 back,
100 back, 200 breast.
200 breast, 50 butterfly.
Yeah. So same events in the
Yeah, same
afternoon.
events.
So
Yep.
I bet he's a strong freestyler.
And he's trying to build a lead. Finlay Nelson will want to add to that advantage.
So Rhys, the only 14-year-old in the water at the moment, and showing the older boys the way, really. Still swimming well, though. Swim West Lothian as well. Looking pretty strong.
So 5 teams all pretty well there. Dumfries, West Lothian, Stirling, City Glasgow, North Ayrshire separated by just a shade over 2 seconds. I expect Finlay Nelson possibly just to try and add to that advantage if he can.
Quite a long way for Finlay, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's I mean, he's an accomplished swimmer. 50s and 100s, perhaps more his thing.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. Cole Morrison, Stirling swim. Second, North Ayrshire going very nicely with Lewis over in lane number 1.
So another 14-year-old
Yeah.
swimming very strongly as well. Alongside him, Kyle Wong from City Glasgow B team. Now he's 16, but they're really having a ding-dong battle over on the spectator side.
Well, Finlay Nelson coming under a little bit of pressure here, Dumfries team. I wonder if he's kept something in the tank for the second half. City of Glasgow and North Ayrshire. City Glasgow B team.
Cole Morrison, Stirling swimming, also going well over here on the swimmer side. The competition at the moment between the swims in 1 and 2. So Lewis Gibson and Kyle Wong. Kyle Wong just starting to come through, perhaps.
Just beginning to maybe get a bit of body length ahead here. Not much in it though, Lynn.
No, I think it's a big challenge. 100 metres, 4 of them. That's an accomplishment. I think North Ayrshire, well done. City of Glasgow, obviously this is their B team as well.
Fraser Cowie will go in for North Ayrshire. Tom Ingalls is in the water now. The Stirling swim just ahead. This is Hussein and Alex Scott for Dumfries. So they're a long way behind City Glasgow's B team. North Ayrshire in second. Stirling third with Dumfries I think in fourth.
Yeah, so City of Glasgow able to field 4 16-year-old swimmers, and with the boys as they develop through their teens, 16 can be a lot faster than 15, 14. We spoke about that with the fly earlier on.
Yeah.
The older boys are not always going to be faster, but all other things being equal, we're going to find that the boys that are older are faster. So it's not surprising to see a team that has got enough people to be able to field 4 16-year-old boys is out there in front. What's their entry time? So their entry time, City of Glasgow, 9:01.
Just extending that lead now. They're about almost 3 seconds clear of North Ayrshire. Stirling and Dumfries still pretty close to one another in third and fourth. West Lothian and Ren 96 that bit further back.
The Stirling swim have got Lewis Husson in the water, and he had a good start, and he's swimming strongly now. West Lothian having a good leg as well.
Yeah, indeed.
So Kyle Muirhead, do you know about Kyle Muirhead?
Not a lot, unfortunately, Lynn.
No. He's swimming well. He's got a bit of a battle on his hands now with the Ren 96. But we haven't mentioned Ren 96 yet, have we? That's Adam Scott. So we've seen two Adam Scotts.
Yes, there's a 16-year-old Adam Scott and a 15-year-old Adam Scott.
Well, this is the 15-year-old
Yeah,
Adam Scott.
the 15-year-old Adam Scott's Ren 96. And it becomes very confusing when you have them in the same heat, swimming against one another.
So City of Glasgow into the water for City of Glasgow now is Guy Pelosi and Stuart Reid for North Ayrshire. And then we've got a real battle on for third place. So Ren 96, that's Harry Keogh, just gone in the water. Callum Sinclair for Swim West Lothian, Rory Webster for Dumfries, and Ben Montgomery in the water now for Stirling Swim.
Just around 2 seconds separated third and sixth, Lynn, so we'll see if Stirling can hold on to that third place at the moment.
They're challenging for second.
They are indeed.
It's too much, I think, for any of the teams to catch up with the Glasgow B team. Hope they have better fate than the previous Glasgow B team. But Guy Pelosi in the water is extending a lead. And that's Stirling coming through into second place
clear
now.
in second now, yeah. Third place looks to be the Ren 96. So it still looks pretty good for Stirling in second place. Ren 96 and West Lothian. Not much between the two. West Lothian just looks as though they've saved a little bit. The challenge for that third place now. Stirling 3 seconds or so clear in second, and the race is on for third place in this lead. West Lothian just shades it ahead of Ren 96.
Yeah, West Lothian had a strong third leg, and this fourth leg as well is also very strong. Coming up towards challenging Stirling.
City Glasgow B take that 8:46.65. Stirling in second. West Lothian in third.
So a big improvement for them, 15 seconds in on their entry time, and these swimmers are still developing. They're 14 to 16 years old. They're going to get faster as they go through. Of course, you don't know if it's exactly the same swimmers that were entered, because you have to enter the proper times. They've got to be accredited, they've got to be verified when you put in your entries for this meet. But it could be a different swimmer, because you know, things happen. COVID happens, other things happen. They're young men.
Yes,
all sorts of things can happen. But good job there, though. 15 seconds. It's got to be a good result.
Stirling's entry time 9:01, and taking about 8 seconds off that. And West Lothian just a little bit slower than their entry time. So Stirling swim 8:52. So I believe we're doing presentations after this, Lynn.
Yes, we're running a little bit late as well, but we've got presentations for the 1500s and then for the relays.
Could you pass on to Duncan? We'll be 10 minutes late to start on the warm-up.
So our final event of the morning. Second of our relays. Perth City in 0, first in 1. Geary in 2, Wanderbass in 3, East Lothian in 4, Aberdeen Performance 5, South Lanarkshire in 6, City of Glasgow's A team in 7, Aberdeen Performance, B team going 8 and 9, Dundee City Aquatics. So East Lothian swim team almost 20 seconds faster on paper than anyone else. They're certainly off to a very strong start. Hornsey leads East Lothian off. James Burnett for Wander in lane 3, tracking him. South Lanarkshire with Jack Simpson, and City Glasgow, Kai Connolly in 7. Kai Connolly maybe just has City Glasgow in 3rd place. East Lothian swim team at the moment, Lynn.
Very strong group of boys.
After a very strong start, yeah. Well,
so that 2006 born boys in East Lothian have
Yeah.
been coming through. We've seen them in the East District. We're starting to see them at national events now. And they've actually got some really good younger girls as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's obviously a lot of good work going on there. I know we've lost Bruce from the team, and he's moved over to Warren de Bath's club, and we've got Jamie.
Yeah.
So it's obviously carrying on.
Well, it's a good. I think it's a good fit. Jamie carrying on for what all that good work that is there at the moment, and they're still doing extremely well. And you can see that they've had some good performances earlier on in the pool. Stefan Kravitz in the I think the butterfly qualifying as the fastest in that butterfly this morning. But Callum Peebles, Stefan Kravitz will be coming up later on.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a good, strong composite for quite a long time, haven't they? Because Matt Trodden was there before, wasn't he? University of Edinburgh coach. And he took them to quite some heights, really, because, it's not always that easy to bring clubs together as a team. And it seems to work very well in East Lothian. I think a lot of that's credit to the coaches that are leading the programmes.
Yeah. Yeah, about maybe, 10 years ago they had some very, very strong swimmers. I think they held, one of their girls' teams held a national record, a relay record. So
Warren de Bath's pushing it on now.
3rd place might be the University of Aberdeen performance team. And they're also being challenged by South Lanarkshire. City Glasgow not out of it, and over on that far side are the team from first with Geary.
Yeah, you might see some weird and wonderful caps from University of Aberdeen. It's not always the standard cap that they use. They had, we run the first National Leagues last year.
Right, yeah.
So they had National League caps, and they were all competing against each other, which I thought was fantastic. So as to bring the excitement, we were early days really for coming back to competition, so keeping fairly local. For the heats, and the University of Aberdeen teams all had different colour caps for their teams, which I thought was great. So that's why we see a pink cap. You're thinking, oh, there's that. Dundee, no, it's not. It's University of Aberdeen pink. East Lothian still looking good out in front. Zach Slater.
It's not got a bad handover when he has to give it to Callum Peebles.
Yes, and that's a strong back end, Callum Peebles and Stefan Kravitz, isn't it?
Yeah. Sean Griffiths for Wander. Calvin McDonald for University of Aberdeen. Marcus Blake, City Glasgow, and South Lanarkshire, Thomas Trainer. Thomas will hope to try and keep South Lanarkshire in the mix if he can, to pass on to Scott Fleming. At the moment, Wander has a nice advantage over 3 other teams in 3rd, 4th and 5th.
At 9 seconds, that advantage that East Lothian have got, though, over the team from Warren de Bath's. And quite a battle developing behind them.
At the moment, Wander look fairly comfortable in 2nd, would you say, Lynn?
Yeah, I don't know the people that are coming on the end. We spoke about Scott Fleming earlier for South Lanarkshire, and he'll be coming through, and I think he's a really strong 200 freestyler. Having said that, I'm sure that Ben Kelly from Warren de Bath's club is
Ben Kelly's
no slowpoke. He's not a slowpoke, is he?
And you'll know Leighton Burr from Aberdeen.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, the Aberdeen team is strong as well, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think when we're looking across the field, can't see East Lothian being beaten. They just need to make sure that they're super secure with their handovers, not run the risk for that extra tenth of a second. Finishing with a Stephen Cavett at the end as well, I think they should be fairly secure for a place in the British Championships and potentially for a medal there. They don't want to jeopardise their place by making a silly mistake.
So Stephen Kravitz, that's very strong swim from Callum Peebles. Wonder maybe a little bit under pressure, perhaps second place still within their grasp. Ben Kelly, Leighton Burwell going for Aberdeen team, and Scott Fleming for South Lanarkshire. That's where the second, third and fourth are going to come from. I don't think City Glasgow A team are going to get into the mix in this one.
Yeah, Calvin McDonald and Thomas Traynor, I think it was, for South Lanarkshire. They had a really good battle and that drew them up, and they're actually not that far behind Warren DeBar's club now. I mean, that's potentially catchable. We just have to wait and see.
Scott Fleming might sneak in and get second place here, Lynn.
Yes, I don't think they're going to challenge the lead. But it is going to be a really close battle for second place. It's 30 metres ahead, the team from East Lothian are. Scott Fleming now, he's drawn ahead of Leighton Burr.
Yeah, Scott Fleming had a lot to do to make up on Wanda. Well, he's virtually made that up, but has Ben Kelly kept that little bit extra, knowing that he had maybe a couple of seconds advantage going in?
Scott Fleming, though, he's a good distance swimmer. Like I say, you know, he's done the 400 IMs, he does his 1500s. So I would expect him to be quite sensible in his approach. He would have gone out. I mean, he is starting to draw ahead now. So which is kind of what you would expect. Because even though East Lothian are so far ahead, there's still places up for grabs at the British Summer Championships. And South Lanarkshire, I'm sure, will be vying for one of those. No doubt about the winners, though. 8:01.12 is our entry time.
I think he went in round about 6:02. Well, what can we say?
Very good.
Fantastic. South Lanarkshire, I think, may come into the caption in second place. We'll wait for that. It's pretty close between them and Warnder. South Lanarkshire, Warnder Baths. A cracking swim from Perth City over in lane 0 to take fourth.
It's Evan Davidson on the final leg. We've spoken about how what a broad range of events that he's got at, and he's extraordinarily good at some of those. And 200 freestyle, obviously, you're bringing them back when we weren't actually even looking over at lane 0, were we?
No.
Too busy looking at the battle between the lanes 4, 5 and 6.
Well, to be fair to Perth City, they were way back. Not even in the top 5, but they've back-tended it pretty well.
Well, when you've got a swimmer the calibre of Evan Davidson at the end of your team, you just got to give him the best chance that he can have of catching up with everybody else, and he did a good job of that.
Well, sadly, disqualification, South Lanarkshire. We suspect it's probably a takeover. We wouldn't know, but maybe just pushing it, perhaps.
Yeah, the takeovers are measured using electronic equipment. That's not to say that it's not foolproof, but it gives a good indication. So swimmers, there's a tolerance with these pads, as you know, Robert, of 0.03. And if the feet leave the blocks more than 0.03 of a second before the incoming swimmer touches the wall, that's a disqualification.
Yes. Sadly, that may well be the case with the South Lanarkshire team coming in round about the 8:20 mark. Their entry time was very much on that 8:22. So, like East Lothian swam just a smidgen faster than the entry time, which is great to see. That then will promote Perth City probably into medal position in third place.
Yes, and they
So-
won't have been expecting
No,
that, having gone in.
especially on the outside lane.
Yeah, so they'll have gone in as ninth seeds
Yes.
with a in lane 0. But we've got some medal presentations now.
Yeah.
So in the girls' 1500 metres freestyle. So hopefully they're all ready. And it looks like we're going to do all the presentations together. So we'll have the 15s, the 16s, and the 17 and 18s all on the podium together. So bronze medal winners in the 15-year age group is Caris Mooney from City of Glasgow. In the 16-year age group, the bronze medalist is Jessica Heaps from Falthouse. And in the 17-18-year age group, bronze medal winner is Natasha Simpson from Warrender Baths. And it looks like Marg is doing the presentation. So Marg Riach is our championships convener for
Yes.
Scottish swimming.
Sure, she's the next SASA president.
Yes, certainly a life. Oh,
Yes.
no, because she was made a life member
Yeah.
recently.
The silver medalist, Lynn.
Right, so the silver medal winners in the 15-year age group is Susie Mcnair from first. In the 16-year age group, Victoria Niven, City of Glasgow. And in the 17-18-year age group, Mary Craig from Stirling Swim.
Oh,
What's that mean?
City Glasgow.
They're first. They were first. Wonder too. And who?
So on to the gold medal winners, and our Scottish national age group champions
Yeah, okay.
is in the 15-year age group, Tegan Black from East
Don't know this
Lothian.
one's easy.
In the 16-year age group, Stella McCarty, City of Glasgow. And in the 17-18-year age group, our champion is Kathleen Bailey from Perth City.
Okay.
So lovely to see presentations and a busy podium. So next up is the presentation for the boys 17 and over 4x200 freestyle relay. And we're expecting to see the teams from City of Glasgow, Warrender Baths and Aberdeen Performance. Or maybe they're going to present this together as well with the 14, 16, that would be
could be.
confusing.
I was just being asked, could I remember who was first, second and third in that event, and I was pretty certain the City Glasgow B team were disqualified, so if the medals get presented the wrong way, it's my fault, Lynn. I'm sure they've got it right down there. The swimmers know.
Right, so it is just the 17
Just
and
the 17
over
overs.
presentation just for now. So the bronze medalists are the team from the Aberdeen Performance, and the swimmers are Conor Massey, Matthew Brown, John Taylor and Logan Ward. There's lots of body paint this
Yeah.
year. I've not seen body paint for a while, so I quite like it actually. I'm not sure the pool plant does, but anyway, the silver medalists are the team from Warrender Baths, the A team, and they are Brodie Gordon-Gibson, Alex Thompson, Mika van Blurk and Finn Bremner. So our gold medal winners and Scottish National Age Group champions are the team from City of Glasgow, and it's their A team, Rory McKinnon, Michael Flynn, Mark Ford and Andrew Bertoli. And they look fresh as daisies, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see at least some of those teams down at the British Summer Championships in July. I would expect to see all three of them, wouldn't you?
I would certainly expect Warner Baths on just over the 8 minutes to be there. Aberdeen Performance, possibly. Certainly, the City Glasgow team on a 7:48 will be there, Lynn. So our last presentation is the 14 to 16-year-old boys 4x200. I think they're a wee bit surprised, Lynn, to be on the podium.
Yeah, and delighted.
Yeah.
So the bronze medal winners are the team from Perth City, Kenzie McLean, Jensen Norris, Will Shepherd and Evan Davidson.
They've just got to find a useful 14, 15 or 16-year-old, and they've got 3 of that team for next year.
I'm sure they've got some.
I'm sure they will have.
So the silver medal winners are the A team from Warrington Baths Club, James Burnett, Cider Gulen, Sean Cy Griffiths and Ben Kelly. They look pretty pleased with themselves, don't they?
Oh, a new junior record time, Lynn, that
yes, we
we've
missed
got.
that one.
We missed
didn't
that one,
Yeah.
but we bring it to you now. Well done, East Lothian.
So that time of 8 minutes, 0.71, a new junior record. And the team is Luke Hornsey, Zach Slater, Callum Peebles and Stefan Kravich. Do you know, we should have thought of that, shouldn't we?
We should have been checking that one, yeah. And I think I'm right in saying a junior record for the boys is 16 and under as of the end of December.
Yeah, I'll be picky and say it's under 17 years at the 31st of
Okay,
December.
you be picky.
That's what the rules say, but
Yeah.
it's under 17 years at the 31st of December.
Yeah.
And that was a really strong swim there from East Lothian, really good. And it was a club record rather than a national record. We'll have to have a look. Maybe it's a national record as well.
Yeah.
Just print those off. Pretty amazing anyway.
So we're just checking the sheets for the relays. Well, they actually took it from Wonder Baths Club, which is quite a feat in its own way, with a certain Jamie McDonald, Joe Ewing, Sonny Kennedy, Archie Goodburn. That's a pretty strong team.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at that national record, that's actually held by a combined Northwest team.
Yeah.
That's from the schools
Indeed.
event.
Yeah.
And so when you think about the range of swimmers that there are going down to an event that is represented by the whole of the North District and the whole of the West District in terms of schools, and they're not that far behind.
They're not.
A couple of seconds and they could make that up by the summer. So
Yeah.
7:58.68, that looks very achievable, provided everybody stays fit and healthy. We look forward to them doing that in the summer.
Yeah.
Is that us?
I think that's us. So thanks very much for joining us for session 1 at Snags on day 1. As we said, we're back here 10 minutes later. We'll be joining the session starts at 5 to 2. We'll be back here for live stream at 10 to 2. So from Lynn and myself, Robert Taylor, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
It was good fun.